what is up with Downfall?
Oh. Creation. What was it like, you guys?
You were
what
there.
was it like?
Hey, you were there.
Well, tell me about it.
It was rough, man.
Can we jump into the number one thing that I think folks, the question, this was the hardest thing to wrestle with in terms of character creation. Doing a split party of betrayers and primes, or doing solely primes. And I feel like this is an insight because I've seen some folks be like, obviously, every one of these characters was fucking awesome, but I've seen people like that were really guessing, oh, we're gonna have a split party, and we ended up with all primes because I set a bar. I set a little bar when we were doing character creation, and for folks that are watching, it was I really wrestled with it a lot because I was like, I know how fucking cool it would be to have some players playing betrayers.
A lot of the players wanted to play betrayers.
A lot of the players wanted to play betrayer gods.
I didn't want to be a betrayer. I always like to be good guys, though.
There you go. And really, it wasn't anything to do. It wasn't anything to do with bad or good guys. It was that I really wanted. I think that there is a thing that you do when you've been GMing for many, many years, where you know that there is stuff that is really shiny and really, really fun to think about. And then when it hits the table, it lands like a lead balloon. And one of the things I was worried about was someone being like, I'll be Bane, the Strife Emperor, or I'll be this character that has this other stuff going on. And then you get there and you go, oh, I have a totally uncomplicated relationship to destroying the city. I'm basically here antagonizing the people who are playing prime deities, and I'm just kind of kicking it for 3 episodes. I am a full Statler and Waldorf in my own campaign, heckling the characters that actually have a conflicted relationship with what's happening. And that was my big fear. So when we were doing character creation, I was like, anyone here can play betrayer gods. My only bar I'll set is, do you have a vision for playing a betrayer god that gives them a relationship to what's happening that is as textured and complex as the one you have for a prime deity? And as we went through character creation, it was everyone going, oh, you had the point of view.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
it would just be sexy for a minute and then I'd get bored.
But I think there's like this glamour to being like a baddie with like a good, like, oh, but you're not seeing the heart of it, or like they're just misunderstood, or something like that, which has always been, that's like the #1 choice in RPG, like in video game RPGs, when like the research is done, everybody wants to play the bad path, but then turn them good. They want to be the anti-hero.
Yeah, totally.
You managed to pull off perfectly, and it's in hindsight, it was like, oh yeah, it would have been playing an NPC.
That was my fear.
It would have been just being there going, oh, look, you're being a hypocrite. Look at this, but like that's not interesting.
You'd be sitting on the back line doing support moves. You'd be, it'd be like, again, it would be, I'm sure anyone would have knocked it out of the park, but coming out as a Spider Queen or a Lord of the Hells and stepping into it and being like, you think you're good, but you're not. I'm gonna go back to eating my sandwich, and then you're sort of like, which is very fun as an NPC, but that's why NPCs are not spotlight characters.
No,
because,
and there's some really interesting conversations to be had there with the betrayers about how they feel about the split and this is not fair. Yeah. I don't feel like this was really appropriate at all, but like that's a different game.
Yeah, and there was also a certain degree too where we had 2 mission briefs here, which was not only to depict the fall of Aor, but also to depict the fall of Aor as it is being witnessed by Bell's Hells. And so that was another sort of thing that when I was like, oh, do we want like to focus on prime deities? And it feels like for where campaign 3 is at, any revelation about the betrayer gods, you would probably walk away and be like, yeah, they really hate mortals. Good point. Yeah, they kind of want the world to burn. And you see that Tashar looks and says, oh, What is this? Disassemble the weapon? Erase the copies? There is an obvious course of action before us. Do we need to spell it out and say it? You see that Umleta goes, I mean, you can run and do a lot of research if you want, but it feels like there's a really clean solution.
No.
What'd you say to me?
I said no.
What do you think we came here to do? You think we came here to have them see reason? If they were reasonable, they wouldn't have opposed us in the first place. You see that Zaharsht, this turtle. Everyone here is in misery. We should devour them. There's only one release from all of this. And it's the back of the throat of something that wants you dead. As opposed to the revelations that can be had about the prime deities, which feels way more crucial to be like, I really need to figure out how I feel about the gods that theoretically, went to war to save us. That's the sort of like the thing that is the prime conversation, no pun intended.
I mean, this goes on the next question here was, what direction did Brennan give? I remember one of the things that you said. You were like, these characters have the most backstory of any characters. And another thing I feel like when I talked to you, when we had a meeting, and when I had decided on when we all sort of figured out what we were going to play, and I was going to play the Everlight, and I was really kind of struggling with, like, I don't know, I feel like it's boring to play. I was trying to figure out how to play. Good felt boring. I was like, how do you make that complicated? You sort of made this analogy where you're like, well, why would it not be interesting? Someone who goes into battle and they're the person that sort of lays over the grenade. Mm-hmm. And, that's someone that's technically being a good person to take care of everyone around them, but there's a lot of complications in that choice.
I fully subscribe to like Ursula K. Le Guin, the thoughts of like the banality of evil. And as someone who studied ethics, and that's like I feel like creative hyperfixation is the difference between right and wrong, and what we mean by that and what cultures mean by that is the motivations to do evil things are, I think, really understand. I don't think evil is complex, and you see, it's very funny. There's a lot of like villains in pop culture that I don't see as being good representations of what villainy is. Where you see something like Thanos, where it's like, I snap my finger and we need to free up more resources, and you're like, snap it and make twice as much resources. You have a thing where you're like, I don't know if you thought this through, big guy. Yeah. In reality, the villains of the world are motivated by fear of death, fear of loss of power, greed, like very simple primal urges to be like, I only care about me and the things that are mine. And you go like, that's what it is. It's very
that's bad.
That's bad. That's what bad. And you're not going to get a big, and the nature of evil is I want stuff and I want your stuff. That's not. It doesn't feel like as interesting, but I think it's a realer depiction of what it really is. And to me, good is endlessly complicated.
Yes. Yes.
Totally.
That's what sort of blew my mind, because I was like, yeah, good is a little bit more complex than I think I was thinking. But this whole game, and even now, and when we finished and playing through it, I think, because I feel like this whole game was just about what feels right or wrong to each person. And I didn't feel right about much of anything that we were doing. And just having to wrestle with that, it was,
It was really intense.
It was really intense.
And there was a lot of, like you said, there's so much backstory with these characters that there's like that hope and also fear that you're not gonna do their backstory justice, you know,
Yes.
because there is so much lore behind all of the gods that it's like, oh, there's so much to take on here, and I want to be able to play every nuance of that without, especially with the matron, without giving too much away, because there's so many secrets around her history.
From outside, Dearest flies in, my raven, and lands in front of the area that is blank. And just starts pecking at the rocks a bit.
Emissary, you're the last in the chamber, watching a raven peck the stone in front of a smashed wall.
To the new.
The raven looks at you. I'm glad you're here, Emissary.
On a ship. It's a dream now. A ship of light. I looked behind me, and I saw the thing that ate our world. That was peace. And everything here is misery until I get back there.
What did it look like?
You should have asked him.
I mean, that's impossible.
You? That's impossible.
I mean, come on. Think about it. They can't kill us.
Trust me when I say it is possible.
It's so great that, I mean, I need to your point about what it felt like playing through this. I've said this before, but I will say it here in this Four-Sided Dive where we're talking about the series. What you guys did was impressive as performers, as storytellers, on a level that I don't know. For people watching it, you all made it look easy. You played 3 different characters in the first episode. We had an extemporaneous fall from grace of...
Which nobody knew like what exactly it was going to be.
What is?
Nobody
I
knows.
was
like, all of
sitting
us
there
are
just
looking
going,
around going,
okay,
"Oh,
we're
shit, what's
apparently
going on?"
No one told me there was a loop on this roller coaster.
awesome.
Here we go. Woo!
Our last 2 spirits, you are within, are seeing a hallway that has been infinite for a timelessness suddenly begin to fall behind you. Describe yourselves as you see your doom now approach in the moment of understanding what doom even is. Already you see that Tengar is collapsing around you. She looks at all of you and goes, "What are you doing? What are you doing?"
I don't know what's happening. I don't know what is this?
How can there be nothing? We are here. There is we.
There won't be if we don't run! And all of a sudden, you are moving in a direction. You have your bearing. But you are burning. Your bodies are made real. And all of a sudden, you feel the weight and heft. You feel that you have lost something eternal. As one of you, the you choose, lives, an infinite number of the yous that could have been vanish forever. Where do you head in this realm of stars as you enter into the real? You begin to watch your eternal home fall. Perhaps other ships have left. Perhaps other spirits have made their way. But there are only a handful of you here. Pain, broken bodies, blood, eyes and hands covered in dirt and ash. And you look up, broken, frightened, as looming over you, monstrous figures who see that you have come to their domain. A different time and a different place. The town of Hawks Hill.
Oh my God.
That's what we call a hard cut, folks. Everyone get a little bit of water? Everyone good?
Oh God! Wow,
What's water?
What am this?
What am this?
Who am us anyway?
And then suddenly you're playing not only the gods, but also playing distinct relationships between mortals and the gods. Laura gets thrown a curveball in episode 2 where like, oh no, the straight up god? Yeah, okay.
Oh, sure.
Great.
Okay.
Shoo, and suddenly we're there. Everyone's playing these, and then you have even a distinction where it's like, you have the Everlight who's truly like, maybe I'll just be a mortal. Maybe I'll just be like this life is nicer than the one I had as a god. You have like Asha who's like, oh no, I'm fully subsumed into the essence of the Wild Mother is calling the shots here.
Oh yeah.
Like, and which is honestly closer to how the Betrayers are running their mortal avatars.
Yeah. I noticed that
Boy,
for
I
sure.
found that really interesting. Like, there was a lot of time I was sitting there going, boy, I figured out the edge, which is why I'm not over there.
Yeah.
Like, there's only one decision, which was she can't leave.
Yep.
Like, Exandria, she is stuck there.
Yeah.
Like, if she leaves, the nature goddess does not survive leaving a planet. Like that is its own. So, like, there was a lot of, like one line away from being on the other side of this.
It's all breaking. And the others don't understand. Why did the ones who break, why do they understand? And the ones who kept their love don't.
Prime deities are not all good aligned, right? Like the Everlight is, but the Matron of Ravens is not, right? So you have these perspectives that are not all rooted in how do we do the most good for the most people possible. You have like Nasheer, who's being like, I am here as the emissary of a lawful neutral deity.
Which took us by the fucking surprise.
Wow.
I didn't even ask you, because I'm sure you had so much like in your brain
I
of
was
what you were
ready,
gonna
and
do,
then-
like
Yeah,
all
we
these
were
relationship
saying-
things, and then Nasheer shows up and is like, I'm not the lawbreaker.
Oh yeah.
I am this fabulous child.
I'm this fabulous
Yes.
child. As the covering is removed, patient and eternal, Nasheer, would you please describe the final of our band that we now see in the moment before whatever is to come?
There's a sound that emanates through the mind, like a gate shutting and a gong sounding and a scream as the contents pour out and pool at the feet of Asha. A light starts to build in the stone, and slowly a figure starts to emerge until finally there is a massive figure huddled at her feet, bent over, and you can feel loss and confusion and heartbreak. and then it stops. And slowly, the emissary turns its face to Asha.
You move from this place as all of you witness something that was very much not part of the plan. As the sixth of your number has sent a proxy. It was so good. And Nasheer had this, and again, like when I talked to Nasheer, I was like, with a lot of people, I said, what made you choose your side in the schism? Because any of these gods could have been Prime or Betrayer. And I remember Nasheer talking about the Lawbearer being like, there is no sentimentality. There is no sentimental love for mortals, but we do owe them. We made a contract. You don't get to start the test over halfway through. We decided to create a world together, and we're still doing it. And I was like, that is a perspective that would absolutely put you on one side of the schism and absolutely let you uncomplicatedly destroy the city of Aor. Arcadia puts a hand to her temple. What did she tell you before she sent you here? Do you know what you're supposed to do?
Yes. Share her love with Aor. Guide them true. I will save them.
She was always a bit dark, wasn't she? Never understood what you saw in her.
Not now.
Sorry.
You are here to follow her commandments, her edicts. Do you wish for help in doing this?
My lady's task is prerogative. I will take any and all aid I can receive.
We have loved this world in different ways. And though my heart does not bleed or beat, I love this world and its people. Love for me does not mean sentiment, nor passion. Love means honoring the agreements we have made. I would have our children know that I am reliable, constant. And each time we watch the errors of our way set the world off to a side, from a place of sentimental love do we reach hands mightier than the world can bear, down to this world to touch it again, to move it back onto the track we deem fit, and each time we touch it, is it warped and warped and warped again. I know she found this place. I fear we are hurting it. I remember we even came up with some Matt-approved, like, divine laws that like the Lawbearer was setting out, and one of the first one was like, the gods are unimpeachable, which is usually the first thing that any code of laws does. Is number one, this code of laws is the code of laws, and it has authority because it has authority. Like, you have a little tautology
right here.
Like first rule. Rules matter. Second rule, like in that, like in terms of what felt right or wrong, as we started this, that document I gave all of you that had all these like mood board things on it, none of them were feel good. It was like Saturn devouring his children. It was like Lady Macbeth with the blood on his. It was Oppenheimer staring away. It's the Wesley Snipes from New Jack City, like holding the gun and crying, and. This, we said right away, like, this is a tragedy and a divine horror. you guys are going to be playing. This is the gods taking the action that, in my opinion, in the lore of Exandria, is the darkest moment of the prime deities. For nothing more than I think, like, you know, the initial thing with Matt was looking at this lore and being like, they called a truce after 100 years of war, and it wasn't to like figure things out or divvy things up. It was a pause. It was a timeout to protect themselves. And I was like, that's who wants to die? I don't want to die. But we understand the priorities of the deities, which is, let's be clear. Rule number 1, we're going to survive. A truce has been called to dispense with the city of Aor. Right? And you all, so I want people to know that you guys all going into that had these things. You know, I think Walter White was like another figure on the mood board. So everyone walked into this knowing this is about the darkest moment in the ancient history of these gods on Exandria. And the feeling of going through it, especially knowing, like, for me too, it was like, this does not end on a note of triumph and celebration. And part of that was talking to Matt about the handoff of, like, this story is not a story that ends in triumph and celebration. It's a story that ends in horror and anguish and a kind of divine nausea, I feel like, that then we emerge in front of Bell's Hells and Ludinus. And that's really the, like, that's why this story had to end on that feeling of,
it felt that way.
Yeah. Oh, us, what did we do?
It felt awful.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I feel like so much of it didn't really fully, I mean, I knew what we were doing. We know the story, we know what happens, but I think it didn't really like when we hit the third game, I was like, shit.
I could see it on your face too. You were like, what?
I want to make different, can we go back? Because I have other things that I want to do.
I just want to save the bar.
Just the bar.
Just the bar. Everything else, fuck everything else. The bar stays.
Was so cool.
The guy in the door.
ZVX?
Yes, I love him.
Love him.
Woo!
4X, the bartender, and all the. Well, and that's the.
That whole sequence was so wonderful.
At the back of this factory, you see that there is a complex, massive circular lock, almost like the wheel to a vault door. And as Silaha approaches, the lock opens 2 oculi and beholds you. Silaha! An honor and a gift. We did not think we would be receiving you this evening.
The gift is mine.
As always, an honor to make a path for the chosen one. And the head spins around. And as it spins around,
So cool.
You see this
What is happening?
this Aormaton, who is just a stationary lock at the back of this factory, turns around.
So completely unexpected. Like everything else had been leading up, and then we walk in the bar. It was like, oh, I love it.
I love it here. Well, anytime you have totalitarian government, you have to have a sexy speakeasy.
Yeah,
Gotta
right.
array that shit.
Yeah. And suddenly, you hear music and you see steps, beautiful marble, long hanging blue banners, a curving marble bar, liquor, up around, and you look in the mirror and see a sea of a like marble and then like red velvet cushioned grotto, dancing little lights as sort of arcane automata fireflies begin to spin through space. And up on a massive bandstand, you see that a gorgeous Aormaton constructed of black steel within a white platinum chest piece, almost like a tuxedo, comes out and says, "Ladies, gentlemen, designations heretofore unmentioned, I am your master of ceremonies, Chorus, and what a wonderful evening to behold. Please welcome your proprietor, the chosen one, the banners shimmer, and you see images of Salaha's face all over. You see that Chorus says, Salaha, proprietor of the Ars Elysia, we welcome you with open arms, and other probosci as well. And you see that, and you see also, this is mostly Aormatons. You see that on a bench, there are 2 Aormatons that have these like soft chain link lips that are kissing passionately on a bench. There's so many people that are like cheersing with like drinks from the bar. You see there's a multi-8-armed Aormaton bartender behind the bar pouring drinks in this. And you also feel a wave of powerful arcane might hiding this place from detection as this grotto of poetry and beauty and passion unfolding in the heart of brutalist Aor unfolds in this place. As Chorus said, you look around and you see there's a couple humans here. There's one human partially disrobed with an Aormaton lover sitting on their lap. You look over in the other place, you see that there appear to be some demons that are taking off their bindings and winking as they hand their bindings away. Umletta.
Tell's like, wait, where
is this place?
I went on the wrong Instagram account.
Give me the Instagram, man. Wait, where's this place? Where's the password? Do I need a card? Who do I call?
Wrong god. Wrong mission.
Did you start a reverse bondage club? What's taking off the feather? Yeah.
You see Umletta sort of looks around as 2 massive constructs that have little little cuff links on fabric cuffs on massive weaponized arms. Be like, your weapons, please, ma'am.
Yeah, I kind of turn. I'm like, oh, it's a no weapons policy here, darling.
Umletta goes, well, I don't know how possible that's going to be, Salaha, and gives her bow and arrow over. And you see, as you begin to descend the steps, Chorus says, patrons of the Ars Elysia, the drinks are cold, the band is hot, and what the gods cannot see, I'll never tell. 2, 3, 4, and the band strikes up and just starts playing. And there's just so many Aormatons dancing, like one of them spinning a human mortal around. And you guys walk down into this incredible grotto. Some cheers, and as you turn to look, you see that there is a elven woman weeping. Holding onto her face, and you see that an Aormaton woman is down on one knee, lasers moving from her fingertips as she moves them in space, and wrought in pure magic before her begins a diamond that moves then into gold and forms a ring. And the Aormaton woman hands it up. The elven woman begins weeping, and you see Chorus, the master of ceremonies, says, beautiful! Love eternal here within the Ars Elysia! And you watch as the woman picks up the Aormaton and twirls her around, and they begin dancing on the dance floor.
Come. Let's talk to Forex. He's a bartender over here. We'll deal with him, ask him if he's heard anything, seen anything.
You move towards the bar. You see there sort of 8 multi-articulated long arms with like shakers and mixers and small, arcane citrus fruits rimming the edge of strange glasses. You see there's one that appears to just carbonate things as the glass is enchanted, like liquors go into it and bubbles start to pour up. You see Forex Teneman. Forex has a perfectly spherical head with a ring of like bronze around it and 4 oculi so he can kind of look in all directions. He looks over. Boss, good to see you. Weren't expecting you tonight.
Oh, Forex, the all-seeing, all-knowing. Please, tell me, how have you been?
How have I been? Busy. Always busy. Hi, miss. Can I get you a drink?
No.
Forex, we're wondering if you could help us. Don't mind my friend over here. Still needs to whet her appetite a bit. We're looking for some information, delicate information. Tell me,
If you're looking for delicates information, we got some lingerie someone threw on top of the top shelf. It's been a crazy night. Zzz, whole torso spins around.
But do we really have to get rid of this?
It's wonderful. Just transport him somewhere else.
Fine.
Maybe just like, were there things that you wanted to achieve, or things that you wanted to, what's the word that I'm looking for? How you saw the god and how you wanted to have it be perceived?
I think it's good to show that, I mean, as I perceived the matron, you know, death isn't bad. She doesn't look at it as a, it's not a sad thing. Death is inevitable. It's gonna happen. So I didn't want to have like sadness over the fact that this was going to occur.
You see that the man starts weeping, looking at his father as the woman covers her mouth and looks up and says, "What did you do?"
I'm going to walk in. You cannot cure age. In this moment, he offered your father peace, which is something we should all be grateful for.
And you watch a moment unfold of utmost loss as both of these people look at a wealth of emblems and an end of pain and a path forward from this place. Guilt, sorrow, what it means to move on.
Look, death is inevitable. It's just guiding them to a shorter thread.
Easy for you to say. What? You do you.
They're greedy here, and egotistical. They've kept the knowledge to themselves, all the cities did. You take it down, you take the knowledge with it. You let them live, they'll do it again.
Yeah.
I was talking to Nick Marini, who his portrayal of the Dawnfather and the Dawnchild, and kind of seeding like that last scene where he sheds Ayden as the Dawnfather, and you watch the beginning of a Dawnfather that in modern Exandria is much harsher.
I think as the Dawnfather truly begins to shine, he will look out at the wizards, especially of Aor, and say, "Your magic blotted out the sun, and so you could not see the stars, and forgot that there were things above you." I think you see that, I think the divine beings here, like as this surge of divine energy has entered us, the glow that was sort of emanating from Ayden has moved from his heart to his head, and his face is still visible, but he has aged and is crying.
Oh my God.
Don't come to me with your tears. Don't come to me with your tears. What choices have I ever made? I wanted us to be together, and you chose them. Even now, you think you're a frightened little boy. You're a scrap of skin. You're as much a mask as that bone-white thing clinging to her face. You're a glove that bigger hands than you can imagine is wearing. You had your chance for us to be family, and now we're something else. I hate you! And I always will! Forever! Until the stars twinkle out of the sky! Until nothing is left but darkness. I will hate you forever.
Ayden's head explodes with light. Do not lie to me. As he assumes his true form.
The Lord of Hells, abjured, mortal form destroyed, and as you command him not to lie, he is gone.
I walk to the edge of the continent where this island lays that now contains the crumbles of this once mighty city. And the Dawnfather just touches the earth. And the water. And he does not want to leave. But if his family is set on it, he cannot lose more. And as he kneels there on the edge overlooking the water and the sun, I think he hears in his heart Ayden. It's okay, Father. And I think a final tear, a final part of Ayden that hoped falls into the sea. And he stands resolute, not quite sure but with his family. A distance that he does not know how to traverse ahead of him. And he'll gaze up at the sun and shimmer in its light and vanish.
And some kind of naivete or optimism dies in Downfall. I don't think the gods in this. There's a great thing that all of you did that the gods fundamentally changed when they left the Eternal Palace and had to become real. And I think that all of them becoming mortal changes a part of them as well. And I think that the Dawnfather is not unaffected by the passing of Ayden and the idea of like, oh, that optimism did not come to pass, right? But Nick was mentioning a specific thing about death, and it's the one argument, because I think for me, I was like, to me, it's all about the solidarity of the gods and the horror of being immortal and looking up and being like, the Lord of the Hells and the Dawnfather have more love between them than either of them, I think, has for me. And knowing that and the horror of that. But what I loved, talking about the character goals again, I feel like my big fist pump for the Matron of Ravens was when the gods were talking about mortals and you had the Lawbearer, or you had the Emissary and you had the Wild Mother, and the Wild Mother's like, fuck them up. I'm hungry.
Are we just going to ignore that everyone's gone mad? We're going to find 3 machines and hope that this knowledge doesn't slip out of the city. Can't even keep our own people quiet. You think you can keep this here? That this just won't turn them harder, faster? Am I the only one who understood what this was going to be?
To destroy the city.
To destroy the city before they destroy everything, not just us. This is the end. I cannot believe that they are helping us. Because they could walk away and they would win.
No, they wouldn't. They would end.
They would win because we would be done. This would be done.
And then you have the Everlight and the Dawnfather being like, we have to do a better way. We have to take care of them.
If we can do this without destroying the city, that is how we win. This place, these non-believers, they hate us because they fear we will do as they have said. But we are more than they can possibly imagine. And we must use that power to not only protect each other, but to show them a better way.
Lost children. Redemption. Or death.
And the matron, as the only one who started mortal, was like,
one thing. Dad. They don't fear you, they resent you. You think you spare them? They'll be grateful. They'll start praising your name. That's not going to happen. You let them go. They do it again. Whether you like it or not, the knowledge is loose.
She's smarter than us. Should listen to her.
dog, they're adults. They can take it. The matron as this weirdly paying the most respect to these mortals, being like, they're not afraid. They will not love you for doing that. They'll resent you. Yeah. Like, we are, like, I am a product of the Age of Arcanum. They want to kill you, man. They think they're ready for round one. Yeah. And honestly, round two, right? They think they're ready. And I think that there was something in the matron as that neutral, morally neutral deity of just like, this is the reality of death. I feel like that was like an actualization of the character. Being like, in a weird way, even though this wasn't the exact words, it was like, pay these mortals the respect of going to war with them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, of like, they're ready. I don't know, it was interesting.
I will say that when we were setting up characters, I definitely had a distinct feeling about what the Wild Mother thought of the matron.
Yeah.
And boy, it shifted so fucking hard over this game. Like I'm willing to believe that definitely that was the Wild Mother going, oh, okay, you're family now.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can quite get over how you ended up here ever, but okay, your value is clearly.
You don't know.
That's
you don't
the
know
problem.
Nobody knows.
That is the more you think about how you got here, the more it's such a cosmic violation of another human being, so to speak. And yeah, I mean, and the Wild Mother is very, very big. Like, the Wild Mother is the goddess of the big picture. That is terrible. And like going, I'm missing a bit. I'm just missing a fucking bit. You took it from me.
Mistress.
Oh.
Oh,
Maybe.
for sure. I think the Knowing Mistress is secretly incredibly pissed.
Yeah.
You know, it's just,
Oh, yeah.
What do you mean there's a secret? But you and Nick each had moments as kind of the dual most nature god of the primes, you know, like the wild and the sun. Each had a moment where you accepted the matron. You take 15 piercing plus 27 radiant. Are you still up?
15 plus 27
is 42.
42. I will need a bamf.
I use my reaction to teleport next to him.
Okay, Dawnfather, darkness everywhere. You hear in your heart a castriel. Is this your dominion, Father? Is this your family? I say let there be light. And you feel a blow coming to absolutely kill you, drop you to 0, end of your life. And instead, she who has joined your ranks, she who is matron of death, passage from life to that which is beyond. The angelic sword cleaves into you, and due to your bravery leaping in front of Ayden, the Dawnfather, you and feel the angel hovering over you, massive, shrouded in darkness. You save and do not die as you hear him come up short, shocked, horrified, can see nothing, shrouded in darkness. The blade twists back out. You are standing.
I think in this moment, we are telepathically linked. We are emboldening bonded, and despite all of that, I think there has been a question between the matron and the Dawnfather, which is, are you family? And that question is answered.
You feel somewhere distantly, you are not alone.
Thank you, sister.
Sister.
Always.
Which to me feels like the amazing thing that can only come out through actual play, where it's like, oh, we know that this is the downfall of Aor. What we didn't know and what we established through organic play is this is the moment where the matron was fully accepted by the other primes as being like the end, Nick being like, your family.
Yeah.
Like you are family. And that's a really cool thing to learn and an intense outcome.
Like the whole the temple of the clays of the dust, the stones, and the clays was entirely a conversation between the matron and the wild mother. Like that was a thing that was created because of that relationship, and it didn't even occur to me going in that like I really have done the opposite of establishing that relationship at the beginning of this game, and I was like, okay, now I absolutely see it.
Yeah.
I have a point also for Ashley talking about that feeling, especially in that third episode, where everything starts to pick up and you're fighting in the Factorum Malleus and you're there with Cassida trying to get the things. And there's this moment where you realize, wait, Cassida thinks that she's building the weapon to help us. And we are developing this, and my research has been instrumental. And there are blocks placed into the Factorum Malleus by myself and the Society. We can help you win. That has been my dream. We can help you win. We can end this war. This has been my dream. That the ancient legends, the schism, time and time again, you have had to come and defend us from primordials, from betrayers, over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm. Oh, God. Oh, God.
We are finally at the threshold where we can join you and make a difference, side by side.
This is fucking great. Oh man, I love it. Oh yes, sorry.
And we are gonna move from here.
I like that you hugged her thinking it was something awesome, and you're like,
Okay.
I'm gonna love this. I'm gonna kill your brother.
I'm gonna. Yes.
I got you.
Tight.
I got you something.
About that.
Incredible. But then we're here with the betrayers that we've already decided to work with, and they're like, oh, she just wants to kill us. How fun. Cassida, standing by Trist's side, looks as Harsher coughs blood, and Tashar goes and flanks Cassida on the other side, puts her chin close to Cassida's shoulder and goes, Morto. Funny. This person's supposed to be here? Or they leave, and reaches her hand up and grabs Cassida's hair.
I reach out and I take her hand and I look at Tashar. She is with me. Please take your hand away.
You ask please so nicely.
Telepathically, I am going to tell everyone and give them the download of what Cassida has told me.
Gotcha.
Except the betrayers, or even the betrayers.
Well, I know, because the betrayers are in on this too.
Yeah,
We're gonna look up how. Can you, Nick? Would you do me a favor and look up telepathic bonds?
It does not.
Are there Slack channels here?
I know.
So there's not a clear ruling. I'm gonna say it's a deception check. If you want to try to use this bond that was created in the name of family, and
Yeah, I will say I didn't set up any other Slack channels. I suppose I could have done it twice and had me be the go between, but we're all together here. This is a.
I feel like I don't want to make a deception check. I feel like I want to be honest.
hell yeah.
Hell yeah. I got you.
I just. So what do you say exactly?
As Trist, I think in this moment, as you are freezing and looking at Cassida, who is looking around, and she is looking stunned and horrified, as she can see you speaking to these other people in the room, and you see that Umleta walks in with Silaha and goes, well, you really did it. We're running out of time now. I mean, flight's impossible, but that doesn't mean that individual mages can't teleport out of the hello. A little human. A real one.
You have been able to build and be a part of something that is incredible. I don't mean to belittle you in any way, but there is more to this that you do not understand.
You see that Father Milo goes, we're speaking to this mortal in such calming and almost, dare I say, reverent tones. Is there something you know, Trist, that the rest of us do not? And you see Tashar goes, people are keeping secrets in here, and it's starting to make me feel antsy. I think probably someone should talk, or if you prefer, we can act instead. The Umleta in the chamber says, we are losing time, by the way. These mages will make their way quickly from here. She looks and says, and speaking out loud goes, I stand now in the company not solely of the prime deities. You see, Umletta goes, wow, observant. And she looks and says, how are you both here? The world is burnt by the consequences of your war. I thought that I was coming to your rescue, but you're mortal. It's been decades since some of you have been sighted. The Calamity's this isn't a lull at all. It's a truce.
It's harsh.
What? Is it not? Do I misunderstand?
No. Just mind yourself in mixed company.
How could the gods of good and the gods of evil work together? Why? And you see that Milo says, well, your taxonomy is altered slightly. You perceive a world in which the brightest, sharpest line is drawn between good and evil. The line actually exists between those who matter and those who don't. Sweet little mortal. We're on one side of that line, together, a family. And you watch something break inside of Cassida.
Something that can threaten one of us threatens all of us.
You see that Umletta starts to laugh. Oh! Looks over at Milo, and Milo raises an eyebrow and goes, well, that's a bit of a rude wake-up call. Halfway through our wonderful outing together, we discover that the weapon to destroy the gods was actually only aiming at half of us. I hope you don't feel like that's egg on your face. Well done, little mortal. And you see Cassida looks up as Umletta goes, a very noble thought, I'm sure, but we're gods. Even sweet Everlight. There's nothing we detest more than you coming to our rescue. No. It's just as bad as trying to kill us. Know your place. And you're like, oh, how do I manage this? Because she thinks she's helping because she sees it as a war, and it is a war, but it's kind of not a war, not for us. Also, I don't want to. Yeah. And you're suddenly, and then it's you.
Trap them forever.
It's you and the Lord of the Hells. Yes. I just want to trap them forever. Come on.
Get over it.
But you have this horror in this moment, and I think what the thing I wanted to say about the reality of that horror and how uncomfortable that was. And listen. All of there were so many moments on breaks where I would come out and see Abu or Nick or Nasheer, and they'd be there like, and I'd be like, "You're nailing it." You're I was like, "This is," and it's a type of horror story. Again, it's not like Freddy or Jason horror. It's moral horror. It's divine horror.
Yes.
Right? It is the
definite moral horror.
Of going
right of it's the flood. It's Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah.
You know the things that we even referenced going in. It's there was that line from the book of Job where it's Job's like, you've ruined my life, and basically the poetry is beautiful, but it's like, oh, did I? Where were you when the world was made? And there's this fundamental feeling of like, oh, I'm just so small, and is that the whole point? That I just don't get it? And Cassida's point about understanding, all of which is to say in that third episode, the dawning horror on the Everlight as events ramped up, and suddenly you're like, my family, something's going wrong in Hawks Hill. You feel something in your pocket. Boom, boom. Mom?
How dare you right now?
The sending stone in your pocket begins to sound. Mom?
I reach
my hand in my pocket as I'm sort of going through the scrolls. Hi, baby.
You see, he says, I'm here with Haley and Dad, and it's getting kind of scary. Do you think, I don't know how much longer you're going to be, do you think it's possible to send ships back here to Hawks Hill? People are starting to freak out because there's a place called, I think, Tall Grove or High Grove or something like that, and people were supposed to come back and they're not coming back, and there's sounds coming from the forest and people are starting to run, and I think some tents are on fire.
Where's your dad?
And Arcadia's working with Cassida, and the Factorum is the fight's going bad. The ultimate horror of that I thank you for depicting, because I think the nausea of the Everlight wanting to have made a different choice depicts the fact that we make our moral choices in a chaotic, moving world. And the doom was written when Milo Kaust, who was an illusion the entire time, when Milo Kaust, spoilers, why are you watching this? You know this is spoilers. When Father Milo Kaust goes, you don't have a week, you have tonight. Father Milo speaks up. Did you say a week? You see that Arcadia turns and says, or however much time we need to act carefully. See that Father Milo goes, I would say we have one night, given that one of your servants is telling them our plan, presumably right now. That's when the moral doom of the Dawnfather and the Everlight was written, because you don't make your ideal moral choice in stopped time. You make whatever scrambling, panicked, fearful thing as you wonder if you will die here, if the Factorum Malleus will turn on and zap you first.
Yeah.
Fun
times. I do want to know, your take on the Wild Mother was so different and wonderful, but different than I ever would have thought it would have been.
Yeah, same.
And I loved it.
Thank you.
What was that? The fuck was that about?
What the fuck was that about? I mean, like on the surface, it was definitely me taking the Wild Mother of Caduceus and going, perhaps I didn't make myself clear. It's actually, a lot of it comes from a thing I heard. I'm trying to remember who said it. It was someone, Stephen Fry, actually. It was a thing that I used to, because I knew a lot of hippie kids growing up, you know, a lot of hippies growing up. And the whole notion of like nature worship was always one of those things that, especially since I was a teenager, I took teenage umbrage of, because I was surrounded by it and you have to be angry at something. And the part of it that, especially as a city kid, I got was, this is awful. I don't like being in nature. Nature is terrifying. There are sounds, there are smells, there are things that jump out of the fucking bushes at you. I don't like this. And I am not built for this. I really wasn't. And eventually the phrase that I eventually heard out of Stephen Fry is if you remove human intervention and remove consciousness, nature is basically every life form on planet Earth living a life of pain and starvation until it dies violently. And that is what nature is starvation and violence. Nothing else. That is it. And thinking about that is really fascinating, and especially in a world where nature's not doing that well. And when nature is doing well, there can be nature's relationship to people is very different. There's bounty, and there's food, and there's beauty. But the minute that starts getting askew, and once we dial it back to before we had civilization, it is starvation and violence.
Massive wagons filled with brilliant, bright red and yellow fruit, grapes from the vine, a wagon packed with ice to keep cool the bodies of large stags and other hunted game. Taliesin, would you go ahead and describe your character?
She's an elf. Young, but it's hard to pin down because she's had a clearly had a hard life. Her skin is ashen, and her hair, once dark, has begun to gray in patches, and clearly not healthy. Clearly eats only when she can. And clearly a farmer. Possibly a hunter, considering what she has. Her eyes are a very bright yellow. And her clothes seem like they were once possibly somewhat grand. They have some beautiful embroidery in them, and comfortable and flowing, but old, very old, and put back together with care. No shoes. I turn to you. I'm going to need an owner briefly. You hear in your head.
I've always wanted a dog.
I walk over and I turn into a not ridiculously large wolf, but certainly a very reasonable wolf, and just curl up behind. I turn back. I drop my my human wild shape back into my true form.
So you see, yeah, Asha leaves her wild shape to become a wolf.
I'm like, okay, think.
Are you above them?
So. Not the midges.
Is there anywhere to hide?
I mean...
Hide him?
Would they be missed? You hear in their head. I'm hungry.
Not here. There is beauty in destruction. Creation comes from it.
If the wheel breaks, it stops. The city falls, the wheel turns. Ruin will lead to more life. This thing... This will be rock and nothing else. 3 generations. 4. They're going to end it. For everything. This is too much. They've gone too far. And I will not let this place die.
He rushes out of this car, back into another car, past him on the tram.
I'm still hungry.
Asha, you seem in the mood to break something.
I'm hungry. Yes. Who wants to join?
You see that Tashar looks at you and says, I like to break things.
Very well. You're a talker, too. That's useful.
Only compared to you am I a talker. And you look at Asha and see that perhaps the fiercest of the gods, the most inconquerable, the most resilient, is hurting.
I scoot up and lean. I am tired, and I am hungry. But you know, you would be the only one who knows. I have been hungry since we came here. I'm always hungry. Everything is always so hungry. Everywhere.
Miles below the city, perhaps even the ground itself is hungry. Asha, how do you want to do this?
So,
Get it.
other than the tea, this has been pretty calming the entire thing through. Standing on the body of the Archmage, I'm going to grab them pick them up with a jump, throw them against the wall out of the pool, let them drop down. I'm going to tear down, dropping my spear, and I'm going to go face first and bite the throat out and just grab it and pull.
Tendons, blood, flesh, viscera, windpipe out. Blood rushes over your chin.
Hungry. I am going to hold this to the very end. I return to what I am and become a wolf, a tired gray wolf. And I head to you and I just nuzzle and collapse.
It's such a well thought out way to think of it. I'm the same way, Ashley. Like when I think of the Wild Mother, my brain goes like growth and Mother Earth and this like beautiful, like green floral, you know.
She has a flower
feminine
crown.
All that green
nature
and floral
everything.
is gone right now.
Yeah, exactly.
It
Yes.
is
Thorns
fucking
and
been
bramble.
wasted. There is
And
nothing on this planet.
I just like, my brain wouldn't
Loved
have
it.
gone there, and you like opened my eyes as we were playing.
I mean,
Yeah,
and,
me too.
And she definitely needed to get rid of that part of herself, because that is a lot of who she is this love of this place. And so becoming that wolf was also a lot of removing, I mean, there was no anger really. I mean, the only anger, the only human emotions that really bled out of her at any point was anger at her spouse.
There's a hole in all of us. I'm not capable of blaming her right now, but there are times it's hard not to feel robbed.
You made her a forest with rules. And I open a massive stone hand where the seedling has started to sprout into a gorgeous, large sycamore seed. Her first forest for you.
That would be a better gift, how typical. Was the only place where she kind of, that part of her personality would ever leak out, but there was no anger, there was no hatred, there was no, it was just, and like even in the killing, it was just, I need to eat something.
Yeah.
It was always very utilitarian and practical.
It's really nice to know that even in the primal depth of raw nature itself, your spouse flaking still pisses you off.
So much.
What? We had a plan. I've been here
And you
for
didn't
30
know.
years.
You didn't know ahead of time that it was not going to be.
Nope. Fucking no. No, I did not.
I was watching your face, and you were just like.
Slowly, the emissary turns its face to Asha. She has left me here. And he looks around. And slowly tries to get up to his feet. He's about 8 feet tall. A massive sculpture of ice and stone.
Did she say anything before she left? Anything at all?
My lady is always with you. And he opens these massive clawed hands, and in each of his hands has sprouted a small seed.
Idiots. I'm going to walk away, find a corner, and curl up into what
suddenly is clearly an extremely large timber wolf who is in a corner, upset.
Well, this is not what I expected.
So angry.
You're going
It's so great, but it's like, I could feel the how fucking dare you.
Yeah, Nasheer had an amazing pitch, which was essentially, Nasheer was like, I think the Lawbearer has already internally, by this point in the Calamity, thought of and supports the idea of the Divine Gate. Even though we're still like, I think some fraction of a century away from the Divine Gate being created, by the time Aor is dropping and the gods are making the decision of like, okay, war's going bad, planet's choked, also they're making a weapon to kill us, we're all gonna become mortals, like half of us are gonna become mortals for a second, and the Lawbearer is like, this is a shit show.
Yeah.
This is an absolute shit show. And kind of having that thing of like, okay, I could incarnate as a mortal, but then aren't I just another fucking monkey in the circus? And sends the emissary as already like, I think I need to keep on a hard part of this line. The knowing mistress looks to the Lawbearer. Why didn't you, at the last minute, why didn't you come?
For love. If something were to happen to her, I could not break my own rules to save her. And so I gave up my son. Thank you for taking care of him.
The knowing mistress looks to you, Lawbearer. You would not have us dwell here.
Why are your children bound by rules that you will not follow? We have broken this place.
I agree.
As do I.
We have. Now what?
It was great.
It would have later been a really good pitch to the Wild Mother of like, now that you've been through this, let's have an honest conversation about backing off.
Yeah.
Which she would not have done.
This was ours. We no. No.
Look how far they came, my love. They almost took it from us by force.
I don't want to go.
Yeah, totally.
Speaking of Nasheer, our 3 guest players. Let's go. Nick, Nasheer, Abu. Holy cow.
Good.
So good. What, just, I mean, just the, I loved every moment with them at the table.
We were talking about before about the banality of evil and the complexity, interestingness of good. Every one of those guys pitching their prime deity was, I feel like I was pumping my fist as I was like, yes, good is more interesting. As every one of them, like, I remember Abu being like, oh, well, someone's got to be in it. Can I be an Aormaton? A herald of sorts that steps now from the ship. Abu, would you describe your character?
He is an Aormatron. beautiful. The way his frame works is you don't know where it starts and where it ends. It's almost like a painting. And there's these gold and like sort of speckles that are kind of adorning his body, the frame, and they kind of move a bit every now and then. Very, very sort of regal in look. Orange eyes. And he sort of walks down.
Yes.
And
it was like so perfect.
So perfect. As he's like, and I talked a lot too, because we haven't seen the Archheart a lot in the main campaigns, but you go to that lore, this is the guy, Abu played the character who is responsible for the cosmology of Exandria, because there was peace, there were primordials, there weren't betrayers or primes, there were just the gods, and it was like, okay, I think the primordials are a little bit pissed that we're granting them spells, but we've cooled off, so we're just gonna keep granting them divine spells, they'll pray to us, we'll get worship. It's a little chaotic with primordials, but we're fine. And fucking the Archheart goes, I'm gonna give you guys treats while they're not looking.
Yeah. This is fun. You guys are great.
You guys are actually great. Yeah. Oh no, we're all going to war. No more primordials will be left active on Exandria. Almost half of our siblings are confined to hellish torture planes. I don't know. I thought wizards and sorcerers were pretty cool.
I could not believe what an interesting take on that character. Yeah. And every note that I was hoping he would hit got hit, and even the guilt of it, and that conversation between the two of you was just like I went back and watched it like six fucking times. It's so good.
That was one of my favorite moments.
Cool. Oh yeah.
There's like a handful that I would love to. We'll get to discussing, but that was one of them.
Oh my
just
God.
like him, maybe like having the guilt of it.
Yeah.
Just showing for
Just
a
a
second.
little
Because
soft
I
for a
love that he
second.
always had this little like glimmer in his eye. You know, he just always had like a smirk of, I enjoy this. Like I know
I'd
this
never show it.
this is hard, but look what we've done. I'm so proud of them.
What are we doing here?
We're supposed to be finding information. I mean, please, go. Have fun. Enjoy. Ask questions. It's totally free and fun over here.
Sanaha,
Yes.
you know there is a purpose to this.
Mm-hmm.
And
Just
we do
robotic
have
hands right in those lats as you're having this conversation.
we do have a finite amount of time.
Yes. Finite. You know, I'm thinking. Please, actually, just could we have the space, please?
Oh, very well.
I kind of look to you and I'm like, look, I've been thinking on the way here. Is it really that bad?
What exactly are you talking about? What is that bad?
I mean, look at this.
No, this.
It's beautiful.
This is beautiful. That is horrible. And the weapon being created is the end.
The end. But tell me, what's wrong with the end? Now, this is the thing about beauty, darling. It's all based on things that are finite.
You desire the end?
Yes, maybe I do. For the time that I have spent here, I have seen this, and I've witnessed it, and I've enjoyed it, and to think it could all be gone like that is beauty. I'm tired. I just want to enjoy this. And yes, okay, fine, maybe it is possibly my fault that we are here, and that hangs on to me and tortures me. But there is something quite artistically beautiful about it. Weaving our own end. So yes, I want to ask you now, while we're here, enjoying this, is it really that bad? Why can't we just let it all happen and go and finish?
Pick it up. Just because you want an end doesn't mean everyone does.
All right. Fine. I'll play along. But I just want you to think for a moment and take this all in and know that you're asking to destroy all of this.
Just in this location. We destroy this location so you can create it over and over again in other places. Salaha, you let this one place live. You never experience it again.
You hear the crowd erupt. In his sort of libertine, sensual aura, his charismatic aura, the idea that he saw an opportunity in this plan, which was a very intense, covert, we must not die, we must stop Aor. The fact that he was like, oh, can I have the people that we were the gods of create me? And be like, yeah, look, they made me. Our dear friend, our brother, arrived here in a form shapeable, and as such was actually created within Aor. Very clever way of bypassing many of the defenses herein. However,
Who are you? What's that supposed to mean?
How else would you have been satisfied with your vanity?
Unbelievable. I'm simply doing the Lord's favors. The Lord's.
And having that joy. And I talked to him about it a lot because everything comes out differently in play, which it should. That's why we play. But he had this great thing where he was like, I think I have to respect the hustle. I love it. They can kill us? What the fuck? We can't even seem to do that. That's sick. I love it. And there was a moment where I said, cool, I was like, if there's a moment where, and I said too, I was like, hey, if you want to pop off and fight for Aor, the lore is unclear. Everything's on the table. If you want to at the end go, no, Aor should have the scene from Kill Bill where Michael Madsen is like, she deserves her revenge and we deserve to die, right? I was like, if you want to get there, go for it. And he was like, I think there is, in the way that we are showing the primes at their sort of darkest or most villainous, that Saturn devouring his sons, the Oppenheimer of it all, he's like, I think that the fun in games and the frivolous, I think they've done well for themselves. When the barrel of the gun turns on me, I won't want to stop having fun.
So, essentially, me being up there, they pulled me up there, and I'm looking horrible, and it's just terrible, and you can see the devastation in her eyes. And there's a weird side of me that actually enjoys this, that enjoys the magical use on me, the use of wish. This is the gift I've given to these people, and they're now using it on me. And I find it gorgeous. Suddenly, there's a glint in my eyes, and I'm like, how wonderful.
Shaking. She can feel the presence of the gate nearby. Do you say anything to her in this moment?
I'd like you to know something. I have never been so proud of something as much as I have been of you. You've created something so beautiful, so pure. A weapon of destruction, yet preservation. You asked for the light. Then go. And I'll push her through the gate.
She's gone. And that thing that and he said that before we even played the first episode. And I was like, oh yeah, because all the philosophy goes out the window when the gun fucking points at you. And you go, I don't want to die.
I don't want to do that.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, that is a hypocrisy that if you don't understand, is the most primal, understandable hypocrisy. You're like, so good. It tastes so good. They have every right to destroy us, except for right now. And then,
Yeah. That was one of the, speaking of that moment between he and I when we were doing that before we started playing, we went around the table and we spoke about like, what is your feeling on this person? What's your feeling on this person? And like, just kind of like cement that before we ever played that first episode. And he had said that the Archheart was one of the only gods that actually liked the Matron. Yeah. And it was like, I'm so proud of you. Look at what you've done. You were able to take this gift that I've given you and accomplish such great things. And my take on that was, fuck you. Yeah. Fuck you, man. Like, I don't want to be placated. And for that to be her impression of him, to say like, ooh, but I deserve more respect than for you to look at me like, look at my little kid, just doing such good things, So that moment in the bar of like, you wanted to end?
Yeah.
I can do that for you.
And I sit right next to Salaha, very close to your face. If it's an end you want, darling, I can make that happen. I have ways. That's my purpose. But I didn't work an entire lifetime to have it end before I experience the infinite.
That came from that realization of his.
Yeah.
And the fact that we all understood that you were the only player, that you were the only person at the table who we could actually, when he said that, who else am I going to be honest with, I was sitting there going, oh God, that's true for all of us.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, because you're the only one I can be honest to.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, everything else has just got too much history and too much, there's just too much there, except for you.
I love that it was actually Marisha that pitched me be Raven first, like the Matron of Ravens first. I was like terrified of her. Well, because of all of the relationships that we've had in the previous campaigns with her. And I was that Raven bitch. I've always had that kind of thought of her for everything that she's done to our characters or has happened because of her. And I have this like, I just love her so much now.
But you did, you played her with the coldness that you knew of her. Right. Like that was so present. That scene with the Planetar in the bar, where he has this heroic. He's like, he's like, if you wanted us to serve you, you should not have made us good, and slits his throat. With deference to the hands that move creation, if you wanted to make us to serve the gods, you should not have made us good.
Yeah.
Thinking that he's protecting the secret. And then I was like, we're not going to roll dice in this next scene. And you're like, well, he's dead, right? So he's mine. And suddenly going, oh shit. And then he's before the Matron. And you're like, yeah, you can actually talk really big when it's mortal avatars. And now you're here at the end. And the Planetar falls to the ground, dead.
Does it have a soul?
Yes.
Speak with the dead.
Oh my God.
Oh, hell yes. I'm not going to ask for Emhira or what she does in this moment. Because Garathrin, the Planetar, finds himself in the shadows at the edge of creation. Laura, could you describe your real character who meets Garathrin as he attempts to leave this world?
Enormous. He sees towering over him a black dress, feathers in the air, and a white mask over my face. Outstretched beyond me is thousands, countless golden threads stretching out into infinite space. And I reach down with my pointed finger and touch his face. You are a child.
I'm sorry.
So sad. Do you think I do not understand the sorrow of responsibility?
I did not know. And fluttering of raven's wings, golden threads. There is too much power here for him to resist. And just being like, yeah, he gives it all up. And the fact that you at every moment, or Cassida showing up and being like, I'm trying to help. And you're like, lady, where is the fucking elevator? Can you explain to me? I believed, and here she catches herself not knowing who she trusts you, but she doesn't know who else she can trust. She says, the things I told you, I was doing the right thing, wasn't I?
Of course you were, darling. And I'll walk up to her, put my arm around her. Of course you were. What's the password today?
You know, like, it's just like, I don't have time for your life story. I'll see you on the way out, lady. Like,
There's a line. Get in the line.
Yeah.
It's gonna get long if you don't go right now.
Oh God, that was so. I had no idea either when you were like, then you're in Matron's realm, and I was like, oh, I'm like, I am the Matron in this moment. It was so fucking amazing.
full circle on the other side.
And all I could remember is like every moment that Matt had been the Matron and like seeing that and get to be that was so cool.
I kept thinking of like when we do the recordings for the series, and when I was watching that, I was like, oh man, I can see a lot of that coming through right now.
Yeah.
Oh God, we've been in a room hearing that voice not be Matt for a while, which is really interesting.
I loved how when we had that episode 2 and that split up happened, it was everyone's sort of bestie, right? Like beauty and death go together, like the Archheart, who and like the ultimate expressions of arcane magic.
As long as the Matron comes.
I can go where I'm needed. And I'll use Mask of Many Faces, and I'm gonna turn into the guard that we saw on the bus, or on the train. I'm good at many things.
I know. That's why you're on board.
We have the Everlight and the Dawnfather who go to the hospital and healing the sick. Are you a doctor?
In a way.
Oh. She moves and brings you to a room where you see the boy from the vision. More gaunt than you saw him in the vision. You know, skin kind of clinging to bone. He's having a hard time breathing, but it seems more to do with just the strain of the muscular effort of moving the diaphragm. And you can see that there is a sort of line going to his nose, and you see that there is a small arcane globe that appears to every once in a while just cover him in a thin sheet of light. Blue, green, white. Blue, green, white.
Do you know what ails him?
There is there have been many names for it before. The doctor who discovered it, Dr. Greygill, simply referred to it as the wasting. Greygill's wasting is a degenerative disease. The boy is being consumed by it. Most of our efforts here have been palliative and of a attempting to buy time.
I am going to lay on hands and restore him for 70 hit points.
You can also, I think you can remove, lay on hands can remove maladies.
Disease.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. So with that, I was going to add, this is a disease.
Yeah.
Try to see if I can cure the disease.
You go here. Do you want to reach to this power now? You see this child struggling to breathe, and you see a proud archmage of Aor, whose vast intellect commands the very edges of reality, who cannot help her child. And she clutches a symbol of everlasting light and the devotion that comes from her hands as she says, please, please, please. If anything is possible, let this be possible.
This is one of the only things I know how to do. And I've forgotten it. But I can still feel that ability there. And I think if this is the last thing that I do here, I would like to try.
Walking down the hallway, light fills the hall. Arcadia keeps her eyes wide open, forces her pupils to dilate so that she can know as much light as possible. And with the faith and worship of that emblem, not only does the disease fade under the power of your light, but we'll go ahead and let 70 hit points stand as you look at a young boy breathe and be the maybe first person in Exandria to be a 0th level commoner with 70 hit points.
Gotta use them somewhere.
Go. He goes, and she clutches him and just is heaving with racking sobs as she caresses his head. As you see, you see there's still light hanging around, and you can even feel in this moment that in that act of healing, the potency of what you represent, as even that disease itself is given leave to rest and go. It is time to leave this place. And that malady abjured, Hallis looks up. I'm hungry. And you see that the mom Cassida starts weeping. He says, I'm really hungry. What's just happened? Oh, man. Thank you.
I will look at the doctor and say, are all here sick, or are there injured too?
Injured, yes, some.
Take me to them.
She takes you to a series of beds where there are those with broken bones and other injuries.
I will walk through this wing and I will channel what divinity I have and a balm of peace spreads over them. And any I walk by are healed for 15.
The light that precedes breaks across each doorway, like the coming of the dawn over the edge of the horizon. As light fills these rooms, and those within are healed, knowing slumber. You heal who you can.
And 5 more episodes. I wanted to. I
and
wanted
the Lawbearer and the
everybody.
Wild Mother. I think, Asha, you look over and see the Emissary and can feel the activation of something very powerful within the core of this being.
I'm going to go sit next to them. I'm not looking at them. And I do not have a face that makes a lot of expressions. I made you a gift. I was looking forward to showing you. I made rules. I had a forest with rules. I thought they were good. I'm sure you would have had thoughts. Time moves so slowly here. Can you hear me? Are you in there?
The one you speak to cannot be here. She would if she could.
Wow. She was going to be my reward at the end of this. But do you mind if I tell myself a little lie? Everyone else has gotten one.
Little lies are okay.
It's nice to have you here.
She loves you.
I know. And I know how you feel too. And I will tell you once this is over, because you're here. They need you. I need you.
I know we could have. There have been so many. The amount of episodes we could have sat in this story for so long, but it was so, and also that the splitting up, talking about you and Nick and just how well you guys played off each other. And Nick did such an. I mean, I love Nick so much.
Wonderful.
I loved he had such good delineation between the Dawnbaby and the Dawnfather, and really
Yes.
like I feel
Very
like more
much
than
so.
anybody else, like he really had Ayden.
Yeah.
You know.
Walking by your side, Nick, would you please describe your character?
A young, mid to late teens human male walks beside you. Brown eyes, brown hair, shield that doesn't look like it's his, though he wears it on his back comfortably. And he walks with a staff with etchings of the moon and stars towards the top. And he looks down and gives Gilly, your dog, a scratch behind the ears. Ayden will lean down and look at Toph and say, "You're never gonna learn that card game if you don't stay down here, huh?"
Toph looks up at his dad and goes, "Dad, there's a card game. We could win a bunch of money because when the ship leaves, there's still stuff to do down here." You see Amaris smiles. He goes, "You know, for a holy man, Ayden, you seem to encourage a lot of gambling." Our son is 9, you know. I know you're a young man yourself. I just mean to say, 15, but,
The stars say it's a good time.
You see Toph goes, "Stars, we gotta go now," and runs off. And you see Haley goes, "Topher, don't go off by yourself." Gilly goes, "Whoa," and sort of bounds after Toph.
Ayden will, as Toph runs off, his hand on his shoulder, give him a little guidance.
You give some guidance to him, and you see the kids run off. He looks around and says, "See, you don't have to worry about pickpockets because all you got is a stick and a shield that you won't let me fix."
It's hard to steal something if it's not there.
You see, he looks and says, "Let me just put another leather strap on it at least. My God, that thing's about to get chewed through. The water damage alone."
It's perfect just the way it is. Having heard for the first time what the requirements are to board this ship, is there anyone nearby who seems injured or sick?
Give me perception. Or medicine, honestly.
Incredible.
Wow.
I rolled a 1 and a 2.
Wow. I'm so helpful.
7.
You hear a man coughing in a nearby tent, racked with coughs.
Ayden will walk up and sort of position himself so that his shadow falls over this old man's face so as not to be blinded.
Mm-hmm.
And he will say, what ails him?
They are sitting on a trove of what looks like 12 or 13 of these emblems of sanctuary, meaning that they've been passed over time and time and time again to board a ship bound for Aor. You see that they look and say, "He's racked with a cough wasting him in his lungs. There is an illness within. We are not physicians. We know not the name."
Ayden will clock you for the first time and smile. And he will reach down and hold this old man's hand and say, "I hope you feel better," and cast Lesser Restoration.
And the hand moves to gather some of these emblems of sanctuary and falls limp on top of them.
You cannot heal everything.
We can always try.
Some starving people in this camp. I'm starting to smell panic.
We're near these beggars?
Yeah.
But how many are there?
It's a family about 5, but you see a lot of hungry people here.
You have food to feed them. So feed them.
We can spare some. If we do it quietly.
I will say, yes, I think we must.
I do too.
And I'll look at this gorgeous construct that is more than a country boy could have possibly imagined is possible, and say, must our wagon meet a quota?
Kind of look to you. Yes.
Then perhaps I can help them find something.
The wagons move forward. Ayden, what do you do?
Are these beggars in any sort of like hovel or?
They're by the side of the road, waiting for something for a wagon to like be denied or something sort of bureaucratic to happen that might mean there's a possibility at food.
I will sort of walk their direction and I will maybe take like a tent that we might have just from our trip that I won't need anymore.
Yeah.
And I will set it up for them. And say, I hope that this is enough. But please, if you do not make it onto the ship, do not enter this tent until it is gone. You must have faith. And I will cast Create Food and Water inside the tent.
You cast this spell, and the tent is set up, and you see that they don't go into it, but you see there's this sort of older half-elven man who has a tent to spare. This is too kind.
I will look at him and say, a tent is far easier to spare than food.
He takes the tent and can smell, somehow, bread, food, life. He looks at you. It's been a far cry from hope. Thank you.
Have faith.
You suddenly hear a voice in your head. Be careful, darling. I don't know what you're playing at, but we have a plan. Stop playing hero and get over here.
Ayden looks at these soldiers and looks at you in particular. And then he looks at this old gnomish woman whose emblems have just been destroyed, and who talks of walking in his light. And he will stare at her.
She looks at you and just weeps. And you see that the two gnomes look and see her, assuming that she's overcome with hysterics. And they go, come. She goes, the sun is shining. It's shining. It's shining right now. Even when you can't see it, it's still there.
I'm going to walk down to Ayden, kind of look at him. Can you work?
I am able.
Move. And I kind of...
You see that Tishar says, the four of us can be one.
No.
No. So brave.
The bravest of us. How long have you been here?
I have been here now some 30 years. After our last meeting, I came here as soon as I was old enough to understand the nature of what I was embarking on. I'm sure you remember how strange those early years were, where the mind, a mind of flesh and blood, needed time to catch up to great purpose.
Ayden being the youngest, well, perhaps the second youngest here, nods. He says, what have you found?
Much. Salaha's been here with me for some time. Do we bring them?
Yes, why not? Should be fun.
We are, and always have been, stronger together. Even when we disagree.
Arcadia smiles.
I think it's incredible what they've been able to achieve.
Can you see the stars? Or is it too light?
The light pollution here has removed the ability to see the stars in this place. Many of the gods have not been seen in some time, and I think the calamity may well be ending. Perhaps they are sealing them away again, or there's some reason to hope.
There is always reason to hope.
What do you think happens after Aeor? Ayden.
I think we will find out. I think that the threat we now face is an opportunity. But you are the ones who must come to the table, not us.
And you hear a snap as her wrists move back.
I will touch her and cast protection from good and evil.
The magic is dispelled.
I will say that which we created now exists. Just because our hands molded something does not give us the right to destroy it. And although there is multitude in them, we must light the path, not erase it.
I
say, Milo. I may not be my father. For what you have put him through has hurt him deeply. But I am here because there was a time when we were young where we did not hate each other. And your jealousy blinds you, and your rage hurts us all.
There has to be a way.
As I reach the end of the wing, I'll just say, Father, he seeks to provoke you even now. Just as you sent me to help her, let me be that hope. Let me be a new dawn. I'm trying.
Words do not come back to you, but a vision of a young boy at the end of a hall. Some 24 people who now know life and a chance, healing, possibility, hope. And beyond this hospital, a ward of those diminished and stepped upon by the might of Aor. Beyond that, the wards of a vast city. Impossible engines of destruction. Wicked men, demons bound. Hatred of the gods, hatred of the people that revere them. A weapon. Beyond that, Exandria, stormy seas, ruined wastelands, pockets of survivors. Beyond that, the edges of continents, a world. The Father shows you the vastness of this world, the heaviness and weight of all that the sun beholds. And you feel sorrow. Because the sun knows what it means when a boy promises to hold up the world and let nothing fall. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he really had this sweet, and Nick talked about it too. He was like, optimism. He doesn't want Aor to be hurt. And he talked about, he was like internally, we never ended up playing the scene, but he was like internally, when Ayden prays kind of to himself, but the Dawnfather, for whatever reason, wanted to give that mortal avatar more agency and more like, live a life, you are your own person, but you carry the weight of the sun within you. Yeah. And also that kind of cool thing of like, the power I have will destroy you when it's unleashed. So I'm staying back. I'm letting you take charge. And Nick had talked to me that Ayden was very much like, if we'd ever played the scene, it was very much like, we can do this. We can unmake the weapon and get rid of the knowledge of how to make it, but leave as many of the people as possible. We can do it. And he was like, and I think the Dawnfather's response is like, was always going to be like, I wish you the best, and a time will come when that we have run out of chances for that way. And this father-son interior relationship of like, we can do it perfectly. And a voice being like, I love that you think that.
Yeah.
You know, like, but you guys were so, I feel like you and Nick were so great. And even, those early scenes, but our sweet little good aligned light gods.
Yeah.
The two who really thought it was going to end any other way.
Yeah, or just the hope of just, we can end this with the least amount of bloodshed as possible, and we can do the right thing and make sure all of us live and get rid of this, and I don't know,
You guys, as from a weirdly to the degree that comedy and tragedy have things in common, you guys set yourself up for the most pain.
Ayden. Looks at you. I didn't want Father to be right. I wanted saved.
I did too.
And he'll look at his fallen brother. Why must it always be like this?
I just look to the Dawnfather and the Matron. That didn't feel right.
We had to try.
I know.
Hope is a painful thing.
Yes.
Because Nick walked into this with his full chest in the first episode saying, they think that we're not united, and that will be their downfall, and we will show them a different way.
They think, and this will be their downfall, that we are more fractured than we need be. Family, we are stronger together. And we must use that power to not only protect each other, but to show them a better way.
Which is the comedy version of being like, I'm never gonna get hit with a pie. It's never gonna happen. Which is the thing you have, like, I really applaud the job you guys did, because for this to be heartbreaking, you need the gods who say, we can do this a different way.
Yeah.
Literally knowing it's in the book that it doesn't happen a different way. That's the track you guys play, and I think for people who are watching this, like, the pain, the discomfort and pain of playing a character who's like, I really think Orpheus is not going to turn around this time. I really think this time Atlantis, it's going to stay above the water. And again, she's asking you not to destroy Aor. She's asking you to just, we
won't.
The Nick.
Little lies are okay.
Little lies are okay.
Oh no! I want to do over.
I want to do over. Level B9.
We should focus on the wards. Forget the people.
Benign, dude.
Yeah, focus on the wards. Okay.
I just think it's wrong. I just think it's wrong to destroy knowledge. I just think it's wrong. And I don't need to explain myself to my siblings, and I think that all of us have gone back on things that we have said we would do here today. And I'm reaching the limit of what I can stomach.
I feel
seeing like, oh, poor Nick and Ashley going and just face first dead sprint into the wall of reality.
Yeah.
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
You guys did such a good job.
Because even playing it, it was, I know what happens, but we don't know the specifics of it. And there was a part of me that was like, well, maybe we can
teleport everyone out before the city crashes.
Yeah. Maybe
and
there's
everybody
some
thinks
way.
they all died, but really.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No. Totally.
And it just felt awful. Like me, Ashley, I don't like leading or following.
I don't like leading or following.
So
does that mean I like to be unaccompanied and stationary?
Correct.
Yeah.
So it was so hard. I was so stuck in so many just having to make a decision of what to do, of just like each path that I'm looking at and each decision, none of it ends well. Like someone will get hurt. People are gonna die. One of us is gonna be hurt. Like it felt, I didn't want to make the decision.
Can I ask
God,
a
I love
question?
tragedy.
Yeah.
So in the last moment, like you guys had talked at break about you were thinking, I kind of overheard it, about you were thinking about like leaving. You were like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. It feels wrong. It feels wrong.
Arcadia looks at you. What are we doing here? What are you doing here?
I don't know. I don't know. This feels so wrong.
And you were saying like, is it possible? And you said, anything's possible. Do whatever you want to do.
The only established lore is the prime deities and betrayer gods worked together to destroy Aor.
So having heard that, I thought we were going into that final moment and you actually were going to be like, I am going to go be with my family. My children who I have raised and I love in this mortal life, I'm not going to doom them to die. I'm going to be with them.
Listen. I can't come back home. I'm not going to be coming back home. I'm very sorry. I just need you to get to safety, okay?
Amaris, I'll do everything I... Screams. Oh God, okay, I'm gonna do everything I can. I'm gonna do everything I can. And the sending stone goes silent. I can work a miracle in this room. No one looks to me for comfort or light or anything other than maybe things that no one should have known in the first place. If there's a miracle you can work, you owe it to yourself and our family to go do it.
Okay.
I love you.
I love you. Okay. Let's fucking go.
You rush from here. You have the talisman of passage in your hand, and you see those glitching teleportation platforms in the distance, and you can run to them. You see them opening. You have this passage in your hand. The magic is still there. The power is still there, but there are many places to work miracles. Where in your mind's eye do you envision going?
Oh boy. I'm gonna go to the Malleus. I'm gonna go be with the family.
Okay.
And then you did it! You came and you helped us in the fight. Why? What was the choice? Why
I didn't think that was gonna happen either. Because I was like, I don't wanna make this decision. I'm going back. I started a family. But then as we were playing through it, I was like, well, that's selfish because the whole reason we came here was for this.
Right. Mm-hmm. And these are my family.
And this is my family. This is my eternal family. We've been family so much longer, and no decision felt right. And someone was going to get hurt. And I think in that moment, there was so much of like, I feel like the Everlight, and even like thinking of the backstory that you know, I had thought about and having the family, I was like, this was such a selfish decision because she knew
it's family to begin with.
To have a family to begin with, because at some point she was going to have to abandon them.
There was a moment at the very beginning, I briefly mentioned this, where we were moving a little fast, where I was going to just walk by and be like...
You hear behind you, Mom, Mom, Mom! And running up, you see two little kids. One of them is sort of like tween age, and the other one is a little bit younger, maybe like, you know, around 8 or 9. And you see Trist, your daughter Haley and your son Topher run up to you. As they rush up, Haley goes, Mom, there's a wagon back there that's got all kinds of fruit on it, like bright, like red. Like I've never even seen fruit this red.
No way.
Yeah, it's wild. It's all back there.
That's amazing.
And you see that Topher looks around and says, I saw some guys over there that were playing a game with cards, and they had like money.
Whoa. Well, maybe don't jump in on that game, okay?
I could learn it.
I know you could. I know you could.
Maybe
and
I'd
probably
watch.
Win.
What should I do if they invite me to play?
You watch, you learn, and you beat them.
They're toast.
You got this, Toph.
You see, he gives you a big hug. Both of your children have the sort of long, fuzzy ears of their father as your husband, Amaris, who gladly goes without his coat, smells richly of petrichor and pine. Your furbolg husband walks up, gives you a kiss on the side of the head. Amaris looks and says, "You really don't want me to come?"
Of course I want you to come. But I don't need you to come. You need to stay here. Wait.
What?
I love you so much.
He leans in and gives you a kiss and stands up looking like he's so close to figuring something out that he sort of doesn't want to. And instead he just smiles.
I just put my hand on his cheek.
You're our miracle. You're the best thing that ever happened to me.
You all are the best thing that's ever happened to me.
How you are an idiot.
Yes.
How fucking dare
Which
you.
would have been, which was
Yeah,
amazing.
was just
it's
walking
true.
by and just going, and not only you said you'll be right back, you fucking liar.
Yes.
Maris comes, Haley and Topher are there. Maris, out of his pocket, takes one sending stone and looks at you. You have this, right?
I do. I reach into my pocket, take it out.
If anything happens, and you see as he blinks, his eyes become the eyes of an eagle, and I'll fly to you. I'll find a way. If anything happens.
Okay. Okay.
Amaris looks, says, all right, everyone wish Mom goodbye. We'll see you when you get back. Should be a day or two.
Yes, it will. I reach out and I give Amaris a big hug. And I whisper in his ear, I love you so much.
I love you so much.
I lean down to Haley and Topher. Mama will be back very soon, okay?
Haley nods and says, yeah, I know. You see Topher looks up and goes, a full gold piece.
That's
a coin.
Amazing.
These people are really scary. He looks over at the Elorians. Are you sure you're gonna be okay? Do you need help?
No, I don't need any help. I have all the help I can get. Do you both know how much I love you?
Yeah, Mom. See, Haley goes, yeah, Mom, I do know. And I love you double, triple much.
Well, I love you double, triple much infinity.
See, she looks up at Dad. You see, Amaris says, I don't know math. She's the school teacher. I don't know. She that seems like the biggest number. And he smiles and ruffles Haley's head. The whole family gathers around you. Amaris gives you a big kiss on the cheek.
I take in both of the kids and I just smell the top of both of their heads. And I give them both a kiss. Take care of everything and don't give Grandma and Grandpa a hard time, okay?
But Grandma, she can't even, she gets confused. It's the same story every time. How does she get so confused?
And you act like you've never heard it before.
Okay. Topher goes, that's kind of lying.
You know what? You're right.
Maris goes, little lies are okay.
Little lies are okay.
I'll see you in 2 days.
I'll see you in 2 days.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
You move with the wagons onto the ship.
It's
So
just like,
much of it,
that's
I was like, why am I
cruelty.
saying these terrible things and lying?
I will say, we have to be a little bit careful here, because if it's cruel to have a family when one day you will have to say goodbye, if that's true, we're all in trouble.
Yeah.
We're all in trouble.
Specifically knowing that you're going in and
Yes.
this particular is like you. This was a very it was a very
It was a complicated choice, but I feel like for the
also
Everlight and how much I feel like, something we talked about, I feel like she loves the mortals the most. And it's just everybody, she just loves
Yeah.
so hard and so deeply and wants everybody to have a chance and a second chance and
really
feel
got
cared for.
enveloped with that mortal life, right?
And yeah, that kind of just took over.
You also do, well, there's a bunch of funny things here. If Nick was here, I would ask him, because Ayden, so clearly, we know that the Everlight's followers are destroyed by the Lord of the Hells.
Yes.
And then the Dawnfather comes in and is a cleric of the Everlights. You see that Father Milo says, my goodness, are you a cleric of the Everlight, young Ayden?
I stick up for my family.
I'm just glad she's still got a worshiper. And but within that too, I often thought, as I was looking at Nick, and I was like, that's so sweet and so kind. And also,
every fucking time.
And also, is there something to the fact that the Everlight shows up with this young Ayden right next to her?
You laughed at me for supporting her. But never was there a braver moment than when she came to you. And I knew what you would do. And I knew that she must try. And I will not abandon her now. Just as I wish we had not abandoned you and you us.
And if Ayden's not around and not helping the Everlight, does she maybe get the call and not pick up the phone?
Yeah.
You know?
That's
Like
something that
like,
Nick and I had
I
talked
gotta
about.
keep an eye on her.
Gotta keep an eye on her. She's gonna lose her nerve.
Yeah.
You know, like, because I think we had talked a lot about the Everlight being like, this life makes a lot more sense for what I am than being a god.
And at that point, after having all of her followers just decimated, there was so much of like, well, what's the point of me being that anymore?
Yeah.
Life's
And
not
this is
fair, is it?
life's not fair. And then it was just like, and then lying to the kids, and then I was
Yep.
like, should I be honest with them? But then I was thinking of them like being in therapy and talking to the therapist and being like, my mom said she's a god, and then being like, oh God, the ego on her. Like, it's like I didn't know how to. I was like, I've made all of the wrong decisions.
Well, but first of all, you do have that beautiful moment of sending that weapon back to Haley and Topher. Trist, what are you going to do? Or sorry, Everlight. You still cling to your mortal form. It's still here. You can hold on to it for a second longer, but it is going to rend asunder in but a few moments.
Okay.
What do you do?
I'm going to take out my sending stone.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to whisper into it. I love you, and I'm sorry. And I'm gonna load it into the slingshot and just try to let it go to try to go find my family.
And these two, Purvan is there, who we know doesn't die. Purvan, Purvan! We know, and in my head I was like, lore, Purvan doesn't die here. He doesn't die here. Across an ocean, in the land of Guisar, a bloodied werebear and a burnt dryad fight side by side with the champion of the Matron of Ravens, surrounded by devils who have come here to destroy this place. They bring as many as they can from Hawk's Hill with them. A massive fiend. We do love to destroy her followers most of all. Stands over two small, half-furbolg children. As the fiend raises a wicked blade from across an ocean, a brilliant light shines like a star lit on the horizon. Stone from a slingshot. The fiend's head is destroyed. There is no chance for redemption here. And as the light glows, Topher steps forward, picks up the stone, and holds its partner, knowing that he will never speak to his mother in this world again. Haley puts a hand on his shoulder as the devils come, knowing that his slingshot just saved them, and that it's okay to tell a little lie. Haley looks up at the fiends approaching in waves. Purvan, Goldrick soaked in blood. Haley and Topher both look, holding the stones. I love you, double, triple infinity. And so when you sent the weapon, I was like, Haley and Topher. And both of them rise and glow. And light pours forth from them. And they move towards the army of fiends. And a new dawn comes. Devils peel back as the blood of the divine wends its way across Guisar. A stone in hand. Hope is not yet lost. I love you, Mom. Demigod status and fucking take off, and then we have like Asha's soldiers there helping as well. I loved Purva playing. Yeah,
there's a bloodline of the Everlight now on running around
somewhere in Exandria.
Yeah,
so cool.
And I think that there's so like the Everlight, and then also at the very end, the last moment, to sort of, I'll drop a couple lore things here now too, which is number one, we never got to reveal it. Adamar Cadro and the Magistry and the rulers of Aor were aware of the Society of Primes. Do you know what I have been doing?
No. What have you been doing? I
have been brought into the heart of the Magistry. They don't know that I am of true conviction. I am part of a council of wizards. We are developing something and have been in secret for some time. And they don't know what I'm doing to it. She looks at you and says, she says, there is a creation that is effectively completed. It has not been tested yet. We're preparing to test it tomorrow. But I have been one of several departmental heads spearheading a project known as the Factorum Malleus.
That is actually why we are here.
You were aware of it, or you feared it?
What a question.
I understand. Yes. Listen, Aor is... Culturally, there are many proud mages here, and I am certain that the weapon, if it fell into their hands, would be terrifying. But I am part of a small, secret coterie of Archmagi within the city. We are known as the Society of Primes. So Cassida's secret group of people that were like doing the weapon to affect that, they had already been compromised and were. So in other words, if there had been a moment where the prime deities were like, wait, let's do Cassida's plan, you were already going to find that the rulership of Aor was aware, and the wizards that had sympathies with the prime deities were accounted for. They'd been infiltrated by spies, and that Aor already was like, they're brilliant engineers, let them keep working, and we'll kill them when the project's over.
Whoa.
So that's fair. One that never got revealed. But so Cassida was in a lot of trouble even before the gods showed up. And then number two, the whole moment of the Archheart, the Archheart and the Selena's last wish of, as you grasp it, you allow her mortal magic to unfurl. A wish spell that she makes in this moment. What we have worked and strived and bled for, let no god take away. Her mind pierces your chest. The scrolls within you feed into her mind, and she casts it out wide. You feel her mind. You embrace her. Her wish echoes out as you feel the whirring of this knowledge in your heart. You can feel the reverberations of her wish. Everyone, all of the mortal wizards of Aor, I give to you now our last hope. I give to you our last hope. Flee, run if you can. Find a way out. That wish was really about Selena. A lot of that third episode, I think, was realistic depictions of choices made in panic and horror.
Yes.
And Selena's choice, thinking, oh my God, they're about to destroy the weapon. Maybe like the Aerovox has already been compromised. Maybe they have some other way of stopping it. So I'm just gonna send like a seed of the knowledge to every wizard in Aor. Everyone. Every wizard of flesh and blood within Aor is seeded by her wish with the knowledge of how to create the Factorum Malleus. With her wish, does she say, run, save this knowledge. The knowledge of the weapon touches every corner of this city. And then in the moment she does it, goes, oh, I've doomed the city. She's still blinded, still in your arms, and she hears the horror, realizing that her wish put the thing that you were hell-bent on destroying everywhere in her city. Because now the Archheart is... So and at that point, I don't even know that the Prime Deities were not on the path to destroy the city already at that point. But that certainly was a moment where the Archheart had, the Emissary was exploding. He had this giant anti-magic bomb that was going off. Emissary, your chest. Blue light glowing within. You surge forward, rushing across the platform. Your chained axes, your scales, up, alighting on top. You pull yourself up, and on a nat 20, you are standing in the midst of this platform with your action.
The stones that encase my form have now whirled to like a frightening speed, and it's generating heat. And the ice that forms like the core of my shape, my face has almost started to melt inward, and we're starting to see what looks like his face receding into a hood as he readies his action and draws the axes back. If that space clears, he's going for it.
The light on top of this platform is so brilliant. Pulsing, that rune, the same rune on your axe, but drawn by the hand of a goddess herself. Refusal, abjurance, denial, no.
I'm scared.
Me too.
He draws his arms back. The scales of justice fall from his hands and kind of hang there. And for a moment, we see the silhouette of the scales of justice. And he lets fly.
Thundering down, 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 down through the column. Blue light. In the last moment of this ward, a power that Cassida could not imagine disanimates the Factorum. Cord was, the Storm Bringer was overhead. Once the Obtenebrator is brought down, those of our brethren on the outside can begin to assist us. My understanding, based on my own visions, is that once the Obtenebrator is down, it might get very windy. Flight out of the city will become impossible.
Windy? How? Why?
Our brother does not have to come here in person to send the storm. All of you flood this place along with this mortal Archmage, looking around. The dead body of the Archmage here with the throat torn out. Two constructs disanimate as suddenly you hear it from outside.
Yes.
Wind starts picking up out there in the great beyond. And the Archheart basically had to make this decision of what happens to this explosive energy, and goes, well, this weapon now lives in the mind of every mortal wizard in Aor.
So we gotta destroy all.
Oh my God, what if when I bamfed out that kid, Hallis?
The final moment before the city crashes, the small child in that hospital bed is not there anymore.
What if I let the seed live? Because he got like a little tidbit even though he's a kid.
There's a kid. Never know. Did he know what it was? Did he tell anybody?
Is it been passed down
Depends on who that kid is.
generation to generation?
What did I do?
Yeah.
That was really good. And then that last moment with the Lord of the Hells. So the Everlight sends the weapon to her kids, and the Lord of the Hells has the scroll that Cassida has made of the knowledge of the Factorum Malleus. As you all gain true sight, illusion fades. You cannot be fooled by the presence of magic. Father Milocaust disappears.
Oh my God, what is that?
Father.
He wasn't even sending. It wasn't.
He did
even-
what you did. He's somewhere doing something sketchy.
That's why he came out and he didn't even fucking do anything. He was just like, the Dawnfather's here, and then didn't do anything.
And you see Selena up at the top, the Archmage. Small glass encasement around her neck. Something that the Celestial handed to her in the recording. She takes the glass and sends it to oblivion, tossing it up. Within that encasement is a god that is about to be destroyed by the Factorum Malleus. Wild Mother, you see one of your siblings caged in here. Do you wish to release them?
Who is it? Do I know or can I not tell? Can I not deal?
Don't think it's a good one if my little impy knows.
You feel not afraid, and this is not one of the terrible ones, you don't think.
The sins for family. I release it.
Arcadia appears before you. Where is he?
Oh no!
We lost him.
You fucking called it.
Oh
We
no!
lost him.
You all arrive. Dawnfather, Everlight, Wild Mother, Matron of Ravens. The thread has gone cold. You rush into the space. You do not see Umletta anywhere, the Spider Queen. You see on the ground, desiccated, gaunt, bloody, her rib cage cracked open and destroyed, is Cassida. Standing over her is Amaris, your husband. You look shocked. I always look like the most beautiful person anyone has ever seen. The Lord of the Hells, who has been wearing Arcadia's form for some time, steps out. And you can either shoot him or this knowledge, and you have this guiding bolt. He smiles with a scroll and calls out, "Turn it on them, now!" And you see he holds the keys to the Factorum Malleus in his hands.
I'm going to Guiding Bolt.
I'm going to ask you something right now, Everlight. The Lord of the Hells, the horns curled back from his head, delighted at the chance to do this, what you have always done, leans forward with his chin out, as if to say, "Give me your best shot." He holds the scroll in his hand. Where do you aim?
Aim at the scroll.
Go ahead and roll damage. And hit.
Yeah, no way she would shoot him.
Yeah.
No way.
So the Everlight does make some big choice. The Everlight is the one who actually, the Everlight is the god who destroys the last remnant of the Factorum Malleus. Fully takes the moment before Asmodeus, before the Lord of the Hells can teleport away, takes that moment to destroy the knowledge of the Factorum Malleus forever.
Oof.
All this is to say, the Everlight took a lot of big swings in that episode of getting the weapon to the kid, and then the heartbreaking moment of Cassida having her soul close, but still being one of the people that knew how to make the weapon. You feel power filling you, and you realize that somebody has prayed to you here within the past week. And as you pray, you begin to hear words being spoken. The words, please make sure he's all right. I know it's within your power to do so. I know that you have been gone from this world for some time, but it can never be truly gone. Please look after my son. There, great magic we have bent to our will, weapons and engines and machines. No great mind now bends itself to my child. For all that I have learned of magic, I cannot seem to bend it to doing that one thing I would most wish. I know that you are gone. There is a magic to you that eludes us even now. Please, look after Alice. Look after my boy. And around Ayden, you see the image of a woman in a enormous dark cloak. Only you can see her because she was praying specifically to you, but you look, and as she lifts her face up, tears streaming down her cheeks, you see the high collar of an archmage of Aor. And you see suddenly a little bit of light, and a tall archmage is standing in the room, the woman from that vision, who suddenly stands before you next to the bed, holding a staff, looks at you and says, "Whom do I now behold? Who has come to my son's room?" You see the doctor looks suddenly frightened, and you are in a... you see that this is a suddenly tense moment as she stands with like one hand open to cast a spell if needed.
I believe that you called for help.
She looks at you. She looks over at Arcadia and goes, "Saren Veterix, what are you doing here? Why aren't you at the research hall? I don't understand. I have not asked for any help from you see, she looks at you and says, from ground folk, let alone, you see, he says, what is the meaning of this? And you see, she looks and says, and then it looks at a priest of the Dawnfather, and it's like, I don't begin to understand the meaning of this. I am calling the guard. You must...
I pull out the book.
Where did you find that?
You may not understand this at the moment, but we are all here to help.
Like we said, you called for help.
She turns, reaches under her son's pillow, looks at him, leans her staff against the wall, touches his forehead, clammy, cold, and pulls shape out from under the pillow. And you see for the first time in the city of Aor, your holy symbol in her hands. The doctor lowers her head. She says, Did she send you here?
Yes.
You are left here with Arcadia and Cassida. Cassida holds it and says, the doctors here have done all they can, and I have moved well outside the boundaries of what is appropriate. I could be, frankly, executed for what I have misappropriated to give to this hospital. I can't. How do you know Arcadia? I only barely know her, but you see, she changes her mind and says, "My son. I'm sorry. This is a lot. What do you need from me? Is there anything I can do to?"
No, there's nothing you need to do. Your faith alone is why we're here.
You see that Cassida gasps as she suddenly realizes that the heart that she has been praying to did not send somebody, but is instead here. You see that Cassida turns and says, "You are she. You are she. How are you here?"
It was the plan. I do need your help.
Okay. Yes. Anything. And still having that moment of like, and also, I don't know, the idea of like, if seeing what she's seen, would she still want to help us if she came back?
That's why I was just like, I don't know how to talk to her. To try to like.
There's no fixing it at this
There's
point.
no fixing it. And I was like,
just
I don't know, this is a
manipulation
fuck
at
up.
this point.
It's not what
Yes,
it looks
and it felt
like. I
icky.
swear to God, this isn't what it looks like.
It felt-
Well, it really
yeah,
is,
yes.
though.
This is not quite
Shit.
what it looks like, and I'm so sorry.
In a fun back and forth that I was having with Nick specifically about this, when I was talking about like what is modern Exandria going to do? What is Bell's Hell's going to do? And we were talking about, do you stand against the gods or do you have sympathy for them? You know, Nick said something along the lines of like, the gods had to stop. They were gonna kill the gods, and I was like, correction. They were going to have the power to kill the gods. And there's every reason to believe they would use it. There's every reason to believe they would have it. But I would say, the thing I said is like, for whatever the moral calculus is, it's important to understand mortals are not even allowed to have the potential to harm the gods. A weapon is now mostly under construction, all but completed. The Factorum Malleus. And I was like, that matters to me.
Yeah. Stay in your lane.
Stay in your lane.
Yeah.
Except for you. You're the
Except for me.
Except for me.
I would also like to discuss, last but certainly not least, the prologue. I know we discussed it a little bit, but
Our fractals of light.
yes.
Yeah. I pitched that to Matt. I talked to Matt about that, and I was like, I think this really matters. I think it really matters to see this, to understand, because I was like, I know that this story is going to end with the destruction of Aor and an alliance between the primes and the betrayers. And the second you have an alliance with the Lord of the Hells or the Crawling King, we've said something so profound. What's so funny to me is I feel like if I was a little Exandrian in this basement of Aor watching this recording, the most important information happens in the space in between the prologue and the arriving in Hawks Hill, which is just the truce. The truce. And to me, that truce is explained by the prologue. Light suffusing all, eternal, undying, infinite. Names beyond counting does this place have in the timeless time in which it existed. But in your tongue, Exandrian, let us simply call it Tengar, the Eternal Palace. Behold endless ramparts and hallways of spinning stars. A nebula so vast that light would age 1,000 lifetimes of its origin to cross from the threshold to the ending of this palace. Let us imagine beings of infinite possibility and endless wonder, populating the vast and joyous caverns, chambers, hallways, ramparts, all of the chapels and unending mystery that this eternal palace has to offer those that have always dwelt herein.
A roiling ball of light that is roughly spherical, but never quite.
It's not just a form, but it's almost something that you feel. It's warmth. Pale blue, almost, and it sort of changes shape. But it is spherical in some ways. That's the way, at least, someone would try to describe it.
A shape comes and turns to look at you and is now shimmering blue, but a crackling fire in front of you. And this is your sibling Emily. What's going on? Is something happening? Are we starting a new game?
I don't know. What?
It has something to show us.
Well, certainly can't show it to all of us at the same time, and I, as ever, shall be there first! And surges forward as a trail of fire shoots down the staircase into the stars.
I'll take off.
You begin to rush after, all of you descending. He rushes past as quick as possible. Careful, careful! And you see that the trees shimmer.
Purplish light, almost what you would describe as the reflection of water when it plays on a wall. Lounging beneath the trees. Fractals playing on fractals. Enjoying the peace.
You feel a growing sense of something that you've always felt like you might feel one day, but have never yet felt. It is unusual in the Eternal Palace to feel anything for the first time. You feel a sense of dread.
I feel like I had not a dream. I feel like I had a desire for something new and I guess terrible. I remember wanting something. I've been trying to turn myself inside out for I don't know how long, and I'm a little Ouroboros of bits of light that are clearly trying to fall into each other's own black hole as they slowly make their way around themselves, and it's like a molecular orbit, if such a thing.
Ayden is a cacophony of sound, constantly collapsing in on itself and then exploding back into new shapes and forms. It tries to pull objects to it, it mimics, tries to copy the trees it sees. It's always trying to change and explore. Endless chaotic curiosity. How did you do it? I've been trying to get to nothing forever and I can't. Who did it? Who did it? I need to know.
Nothing happened on its own.
On its own?
And then, there's just this shimmering sort of, almost like, not necessarily tubular, but it sparkles and it's frantic. But suddenly it doesn't sparkle anymore. It calms and it stops and sort of watches. Wonderful. and let it be taken in by this madness that is ensuing and going forward.
Sweet little infinite,
No.
ephemeral, unconstrained, totally untouched by. Well, yeah, yeah, that was really important to me, and the idea too of like how are these beings a family, and it was sort of like the Lord of the Hells is just one of an infinite number of possibilities for what this proto being was, and also the like torture and hellfire is the thing that is the like, how do I phrase this? The idea of hellfire and hellfire are about as different as two things can be. We tell stories about horrifying shit all the time, and that's fine because an idea is an idea. And so the idea that all these betrayer gods in their idealized forms, it's like, no, there's no contradiction here. We're all family. We're all ideas floating around. We're all these motes of light, these endless songs. Nothing's become real yet. Everything is possibility. And yeah, the horror, that's another thing to me of like divine horror, is that idea of
the fall of Arcadia, man. It was the fall of fucking Arcadia.
Yeah.
The minute I was in there, that was the minute you began that was my first thought was, oh no, we're going to have to become things, aren't we?
The shimmering form ceases. Each point of light is fixed. Oh.
What is this?
I'm sorry. I think I'm going away.
What is that? What? What is away?
Did you do this?
I wish.
Okay.
This is all I wanted.
I think it would be best for me to go get Eden from whatever this is.
Wait.
It's all right.
No,
I can get him. She touches the point of lightlessness, is frozen, and you hear noise from elsewhere in Tengar. The endless images of herself stretching throughout space are falling into nothingness behind her, like a row of dominoes falling and vanishing as they hit the floor. I'll miss you. And she is gone. A far tower crumbles.
She is away.
what's happening?
She is away.
It doesn't. Impossible.
It's not real.
What is that?
All of you, I am going to need as you exit eternity and possibility, welcome to the real. I'm going to need everyone here to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Just a straight roll.
17.
17.
Jesus.
Oh.
14.
12.
11.
11.
24.
24. You stand tall along with it. The rest of you are thrown to. The rest of you are thrown to the deck as suddenly force hits you. Normally, something like this would have been considered or pondered upon, and instead your bodies are thrown to the deck of something that you are traveling on. You look out and see waves of permeating heat and light and color as you move from this place towards something that is going to destroy you.
This is not going to go well.
That was seamless, by the way. The way you did that.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
was
know how
so
you-
impressive.
Oh, thank you.
It was fun.
To take the actions that they did and turn them into.
What you become. Well, that's the I mean, when you open the box, Schrodinger's cat is now alive or dead. And when you become real, all of the things you could have been are dead. And I mean, that's like, if you want to get into like philosophical horror, that idea of like, as you grow up, all of these paths I didn't take, which vastly outnumber the path I took, fall away, and I become more and more specific.
It was the first real decision that each of us made. It was the first, including the betrayers. It was the first actual decision of their creation was the like, now this is who you are forever because you decided to decide something. And it was fascinating watching that happen, of just like, and kind of accidentally with us.
Yeah.
It was just watching that kind of become, oh God, we're actually making ourselves in this very bizarre way.
Matt is so fucking cool. And the idea when I pitched that to him, he's just so fucking cool, man. And the idea of being like, yeah, hey, do you mind if we all get some spray paint cans and go to the very beginning and tag a wall? You know, like, and every single person's, every choice. You move from this place and suddenly burst through and are now standing in roiling, unstoppable chaos. You feel that your ship is being pushed in all directions. What do the rest of you do? The rest of you that have been knocked to the deck of the ship?
He was also hurt.
Yes.
I will move to Jaffe.
You move to Jaffe, who is trying to use pure force to propel you forward. As you move to him, you see just rage and emotion and becoming real and feeling pain and struggle. You move to Jaffe's side and you see the chaos finds you. You are in a space in between the eternal and wherever you are headed. And Jaffe looks and goes, oh no. Darkness begins to descend on you. It's here.
No. We have to remember where we came from. We'll always have a home with each other.
As you say this, you glow with unending light, and the darkness is dispelled. As a hand touches Jaffe and he stands up, remembering himself suddenly. What do you do?
I extend myself as far out as I can and see lines, geometry, structure, and collapse everything as tight into myself as I can, trying to keep the shape.
Where Ayden stands, a helm appears for the ship, and above Ayden's head, a compass. Lines extending, colors parted, things that roiled into chaos, now made to stand where they ought. And even the concept of ought renders your ship safer and more real. It surges forward, going further and further and further. You are at the back trying to keep Jaffe alive to provide the force that you need. You see with Emhira and with the front trying to protect the ship from the pure force of traveling forward at this speed. And the rest of you on the deck, you can see that there has been given some mathematics, some ability to pilot and chart, but you do not know to where you can go.
Seeing this almost erupts and almost starts to, in a way, paint and react and engage with the elements of like a compass, of, things of control, and just create and construct, and just again, it's just pure reaction.
As you begin to paint with color, the geometry that Ayden has created, you can use to interpret, express, make meaning. And all of a sudden, all of that light begins to form into points of light. And you paint the constellations, stars, guiding your path, pure beauty made manifest in a dance of mathematics and orbit. Pure artistry surges forward from you.
I wanted something. I didn't even know what something is. I need something. We need something. We need something, and I'm going to find it. I'm going to find the something.
You reach out. From the deck of the ship, you reach out. Pure light. Standing near Ayden, you feel it calling to you. And you are the one who finds home. Ayden and standing side by side, move to home.
I look at the changes. What is this? Maybe a way was better.
Do not worry long over it, for even here you feel the presence of the day that is coming, where that thing back there comes for you, the day that you will never have existed. I also love the wrinkle it throws in Prime versus Betrayer, that the Betrayers are doing these very heroic things.
They did.
And you turn as Imri grabs you and you lose and says, "We're sticking together. We're sticking together," and pulls you onto the ship.
I keep looking behind.
Siblings!
Now!
I am full speed and trying to push and press from behind to get everyone moving towards the sea.
Why do we have to go?
It's nothing. Nothing is too much. There's too much nothing. There's too much.
But where are we going?
I don't know. Something new.
I'm looking for Shazzy.
You see that Shazzy steps out and goes, "I don't want this. I don't want this!" Boom! And a wave of force ruptures out and takes this eternal palace you have lived in and shatters it to make something destroyed in front of you to protect you. As Shazzy does this, you see Shazzy has always just been pure concussive energy, like heat above a barbecue, and you see that congeals into flesh and bone and blood, and Shazzy is suddenly something realer, and this force breaks the bones in his hands and scars his flesh. He goes, "Run! I can protect us!" Ship moves. He grabs Shazzy, and this ship takes off. He looks. What should we do?
I don't know. I don't know.
Looking and seeing pure heat and force, Emily looks into your eyes. I'm something. I'm not everything, but I'm something. I love you.
I love you.
Emily leaps to the deck of the ship, throws up a wall, and you see that suddenly there is a face and eyes and hair as it goes, "Let us through! Let us through!" Yeah! Heat pours over Emily and burns him terribly as he stands at the front of the ship, pushing forward with the will of this eternal place, making a way through the heat for your vessel.
I go to help.
And sweet, the Everlight just holding on to Lord of the Hells. As Imri is dying, you put a hand on him. What do you do? What do you say in this moment?
I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do. I
I sort of take my form, and the only thing I know how to do is just hold Emily in this moment in the warmth of what feels like a hug.
You hug Imri, and that is the only thing that saves him from destruction. You heal him. As the heat touches him, it bursts into fire. This mane of Imri was so beautiful, and this mane of hair stretches back, and the fire burns it until it blackens in two swirling spikes that stretch back from his head, wrapping around him like horns. As the heat touches you, and you burn brighter and brighter until you are pure light. And
yeah, just trying to protect and save.
Just trying to protect and save. And the I love
Tick.
Yeah, they're sweet.
But what did you do? You hugged him, right?
I was just trying to surround to be a protection or a shield.
Yeah.
Because he was just being burned so badly and healing him at the same, trying to sort of off-put what was happening to him.
Yeah, and that his first experience of the real was pain, right?
Yeah.
And your first experience of the real was trying to help somebody. And it's like, and then, oh, Tal, that choice you said, is this because I wanted something?
Is this because I wanted something?
I cling to ours.
I didn't want... I don't know what I wanted.
Is this because you said in the prologue,
Because I wanted.
is this because I wanted something?
When I rewatched it again, I feel like I didn't hear that, and when I heard it, I was like, oh!
Oh yeah, she's got damage.
It's so cosmic because when you said is because I wanted something, yeah, there's a plain English description of that. But I think the operational, it's not, the operational is not on wanted. It's not like, oh, desire's bad. No. Is it because I wanted something?
Yeah.
Not everything. I wanted something.
Yeah, we didn't have a something yet.
We didn't have a something yet. There was no such thing as something.
Now we have a something, and that is, and something comes with nothing, and something comes with a lot of something. It's got borders.
Yeah. Nature is vast, but it is not infinite.
No.
There's a fixed number of trees. There's a fixed number of leaves. There's a fixed number of bugs.
The board is only so big.
It's something.
Yeah, it is.
You got something.
I did, for better or for worse. Shit.
Arden B would like to know, is there a non-magical item from your character's past that they still keep with them? You may answer for Downfall or for any of your characters across the games. Brennan, any of your NPCs. Or if you want to talk about any old character you've ever played.
Let's stick with Downfall. Let's stick with Downfall.
Yeah.
Amaris's coat.
Amaris's coat.
It's really lovely.
Yeah.
She has on a very large overcoat that she grabbed as she left her home that belongs to her husband, Amaris.
I mean...
Yeah, it's not magical.
It's not magical.
No, but it's special and comforting.
Just due to the nature of my character, not really. I also was trying to think, was it just me and the Archheart who had actually quietly built temples to themselves?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
We're the only two who are like, I'll have a few worshippers, thank you.
A woman to your side walks up. She's about 6'8", massive burly shoulders. She has a bear claw necklace and one lower canine that stretches up in a point that kind of can't ever come all the way down in this form. She leans over and goes, Harsher, this place stinks of Aeorians. They're not all coming with the ship. There's some embedded here in the town, watching. Another figure moves up. Your other two companions helping you with these massive, aurochs, these almost prehistoric, livestock that move these giant wagons. Shirane comes up. She has a heavy cloak and cowl because her skin is badly burnt, like wood, charred. And two angry orange eyes peer out. As another shape moves behind her, a slender man with frost-white skin, eyes, and hair. You see that Shirane turns and says, "Yes, there are eyes here, watching. Already, before the ship lands. Do you want us to handle them?"
Her expression doesn't change. Her mouth doesn't move. In their heads, there's a raspy, distant voice. We are eyes of our own. And I thought I taught you patience.
The three of them bow slightly, not enough to give the deference that would draw more attention here, and step away as you smell a very familiar smell. A large wolf emerges, looks to you, and puts its nose in between its front paws, rolls onto its back in front of you.
I get down, give it a nice, long pet and nuzzle, and in its head, I put the thought, it's been too long. It's just been too long.
I honor and revere that which walks inside and around you, Queen. This wolf, you know its heart and loyalty belongs to a mortal in this world, but it understands what it now beholds.
I think they hear in their heads, I think you should go home. Take the night. Meet people. Find those who are worthy. And take them home. And test them as you know I would.
You also see my eyes go from like orange to green. The gold shimmering that you saw on my kind of metal body begins to just engulf my body as I turn into this golden automaton, and I just raise my arms.
Yes.
It all makes sense.
The whole place cheers. Emhira, you see that your friend, your brother, has been fully cheating as worship funnels into him. Just whoosh. The chosen one! And just steel hands clapping as hard as they can.
How can nature not have worship?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which is why I have my little posse with me. Yeah, they were not really object oriented. They were not, other than the staff, which there was not really, even the clothing was, honestly, it was because something had to be, they had to wear something, and it was a gift, so they didn't even have to think about it. It was a thing bestowed upon them by a worshiper, and they're like, that'll do.
Yeah.
There was no, they were aware that they were not long for this, and that was not what they were preparing for. Certainly not to fall in love with anything.
There was I love that so much. And I love you had the crate and the wagons and the food and everything that was non-magical coming up, which I did really love in terms of like, I remember there was some great world building thing that an old teacher of mine had, because someone pitched, was like, and this is a city, and it's the city where the rich all live, and they don't allow any of the poor into the city. And the professor was like, don't allow the poor in? Who the hell washes their clothes? And who's feeding them? And he was like, rich people only exist because there's 100 to 1,000 poor people making them rich. And you go like, and I was like, oh, that's fucking fucking really true. And then you have like the idea of Eor's downfall being people with like a sun god with grain and a nature goddess with fruit.
And literally was I'm keeping a couple of these apples, and then literally just using that to crack the fucking just crack the cement open.
You look and see at the edge of the military square there is also a small tree planted in the ground. It appears to be one of the few things, this like older part of Eor. It's one of the few places with sunlight that you haven't seen any like civic plants since you've been here. But you see there's this old tree here in the parade grounds. And you see like a family of birds. It's like a nest in there. Up towards the central spire, you're at the very like top of the city. So you know that the real shit is going to be buried.
Is there any understanding of what this is, of this, like why this would be here?
You walk over and see this sort of old tree. It looks like some sort of old civic fruit tree. You see in the base of the tree are the words, "A gift of the golden scythe to the magistry of Eor." Looks like it was given as some sort of civic gift as a relation between Sky Cities.
Who treats a gift so thoughtlessly?
You see that one of the little birds in the nest wakes up. Bows its head in reverence.
Are you alone here?
There's so little. There were more trees before, but not now. And there's not very much food. People don't drop it on the ground.
There are more trees, though, somewhere?
Few. Very few. More engines, more buildings, more loud buzzing things and humming things and rattling things and breaking things. Sorry. I can find trees if you wish.
I may have need of you. But first, very quietly, I reach into my pocket, because my miracles are small, and I find that the remnants of that apple core that I've been eating, and I spend a key point. Actually, I don't even need to do a key point, do I? I'm just going to squeeze it until there is no life left in it. And then I'm going to use that to breed some maggots in that dead, rotting core. And I'm going to grind, and I'm just going to drop the remnants of that apple in the nest, quietly.
The birds look. You see this mother bird grabs a little worm, drops it into a baby's mouth, and you see the apple continues to like molder, and it's sort of piling high with maggots. And you see that one of the birds hops on a branch. Softly, not in mass, one or two at a time, birds begin to come as this apple core desiccated, breeding maggots, and they eat well for the first time.
The maggots will drop into the soil and feed the tree quietly as well.
Tree with life. The tree. Mother.
How deep are your roots, child?
Deeper than they think. They believe they make walls, but they make only nets. There are always holes for life to find.
You are so wise.
I have seen more than a small tree should.
They will know how little of you it takes to break a wall.
The birds begin to sing. It is not only humans that worship. And you hear the ground breaking as roots spread from this tree towards the base of the onyx pinnacle. And you see that the tree opens its roots as the soil sinks down into rock and rubble. The tree moving and pushing apart wide enough for you to slip inside.
That's so cool. That's so cool.
We'll speak more. You will hear me. Tell all that matter.
The birds flit off through Aor. You feel your temple growing. Unnatural light, warped steel, endless stone. But there is a symphony of rats and birds and vermin, life unending in this place.
Rules.
We had talked about Matron just having like a cache of stuff. I didn't ever like take advantage of that, but I loved the idea that she had lived this mortal life before and probably accumulated a good bunch of shit that she just kind of stashed away.
Yeah.
And then when she was reborn, she went, yeah, that's right.
You John Wick did? Where you like you opened up the cement at the bottom and opened up the case?
Yeah.
Did we ever establish that you were your own warlock patron?
We never. That was the other thing. We never explained like how the classes ended up working, like with the choice there.
We had a long conversation because it was like, do you come back as a wizard? You were a wizard before, and you literally were like, well, you were like, in her second life, the matron would want, her second mortal life, she would want to not work as hard as she worked in the first fucking life. And I was like, what? The idea that Emhira, as a little baby, just has a contract from the goddess of death waiting and be like, it's the most favorable warlock contract of all time. It's like
I'm going to give myself.
You basically just created a trust of your arcane power, and you're like, the beneficiary of this trust is me.
Purvan, take care of this kid.
Oh my gosh, she's granting herself spells.
So I kept mine on this, like the least magic humanly possible. I just wanted to be nice and flat.
Unarmed
Where does she store all her stuff?
Yeah, I'm not telling you.
Okay, fine.
From Dress, which NPC from a previous campaign would you want your current character to meet?
That's not fair.
Oh.
Thinking about Downfall.
So who would you want your Downfall characters to meet from a previous
campaign? Yes, sir. Wow. And again, you may choose any of your NPCs.
Wow.
Are they really NPCs whenever you're playing them? Like, they're being I'm gonna shut up.
Doesn't the matron's gonna meet all of them eventually?
She's the only goddess who does.
Oh, shit!
She is the only goddess, the matron's the only goddess who meets everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody else picks and chooses their favorites. Oh, man. Part of Ash's issue. With everyone but you.
Like in the whole of everything, or like the characters that we've played? I can't remember.
It doesn't matter. In the whole of everything.
Oh.
So who would the Everlight like to meet out of everyone?
Our version of the characters, or the
current character being Downfall.
Okay.
Yes.
Keyleth.
Yeah.
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 Oh, like hopeful Keyleth.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Or like Keyleth been through some shit.
Keyleth been through some shit. I feel like that would be a very. There's also a reason that Asha was Asha. as Ashari was definitely sitting
I
on
was
there.
thinking, was there a connection with like Ashton?
No,
Okay.
it's Ashari.
Okay.
Yeah.
Love that.
So there was a very quiet, a quiet like reverence there.
Cool.
Yeah.
Just name somebody hot.
I mean, I know it's one of my characters. I'm gonna choose it. I was thinking Yasha because I feel like she needed the most help, and I feel like she would want to be like, okay, let's give you a little bit more happiness and care and comfort for a little bit.
She needs a hug and hot cocoa.
She needs a hug and a hot cocoa. Yeah. So I'm gonna pick Yasha.
What about you?
This is so funny because it's like the
like
mixture of
Delusion.
NPCs and PCs.
Yeah.
You know what came to me? I was thinking about it and I was like, oh, there's so many different, like the characters that I've played. Like if you think about them as who are the characters that I've played more than once? So Purvan was in Calamity and in Downfall. Lord of the Hells was in Calamity and in Downfall. And people will know this because of the captions. You don't know it yet. Bolo was in Calamity and in Downfall.
Bolo's the greatest from Calamity.
The Silver Dragon was Bolo.
No!
Bolo was a dragon confirmed.
Oh shit!
Bolo was a dragon confirmed. Yes.
I'm so glad
There was a
Bolo got it
moment.
confirmed.
So that dragon had my name Bolo. That silver dragon had that accent in the final battle, and also at the end was like, I had the moment that I think everyone else missed. She was like, I die and no one remembers my name, and then died with the shadow Ataro, the brass dragon, silver dragon. No. Not my city. My city. My name was. And she vanishes before you can ever learn her name. Because I I thought someone would clock Bolo in an earlier, more fun part of the combat. It is not the time to bring Bolo energy. This is not, sometimes you're in a conversation and you're like, I missed my window to tell that anecdote.
Yes. All the time.
Every time I talk.
Yeah, I missed my window. So the idea of being there and the Everlight, like, my family, and someone being like, by the way, you guys don't have context, but actually I watched some crazy I've been at 2 flying cities crashing. That's crazy. Right? Waka waka.
Second time is apparently not the charm.
Buy a nickel for every time. Yeah.
Bolo.
Who would Bolo want to meet?
Who would Bolo want to meet? Not the Dawnfather. Yikes. But you know what I actually thought about was across those different PCs. The thing that I think would be the most meaningful, the scene I would most want to see, would be an NPC that I played in Calamity. I think I would want to play Vespin Chloris meeting the Matron of Ravens, meeting the woman who inspired his greatest failure, and being like, I couldn't do what you did. I think I would want to see that.
That's rough, buddy.
Hey,
That's rough, buddy.
that's rough, buddy.
Someday.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm looking at your work. Yeah,
I see why it didn't happen for you.
I see why it didn't happen for you. Yeah, you want
Also, that was her point.
Yeah, totally.
She's like, yeah, I could have told you that.
I could have told you that. Yeah. But I think that would just be very heartbreaking to be like, why couldn't just the thought of
Why you? Why not me?
why you, why not me? I think just there's something very, very heartbreaking in that. Also, and again, also because Vespin was total narcissist, megalomaniac, Age of Arcanum wizard who thinks like, well, if she did it, then I can certainly, totally all of those tragic flaws. But fundamentally, his plan, he'd spent a lifetime, at least with talking to Matt, like the Malconvoker of it all, he'd spent a whole lifetime thwarting devils and was like, wouldn't it be great if the Lord of the Hells was not so destructive? Wouldn't it be better to get rid of one of these ancient evils and then someone who understands mortals would be in charge of the Hells? Which is a bad idea, but not completely.
I'd see where the heart is.
The heart is not. Yeah. So the idea of him meeting the matron from Downfall.
Maybe if a more compassionate person were flying this plane.
Yes. Yeah.
As opposed to the pilot.
Yeah.
Maybe we just need someone nicer. It's like, oh, I'm okay if he's kind of a dick. He knows what that dial is.
He knows how to fly it.
He knows what that dial is, and he's a bit of an ass, but he does.
He can land it.
He does know the dial.
If not that, Purvan meeting Vox Machina and being like, I want to tell you all the people that are named Purvan in my family. He's right here. Hi, darling. I'm here. There's a man named Purvan here. You hear in the back, it's normal where I come from. And you see, it's a very common name. It's an extremely common name.
Foot Purvan.
Purvan, yeah. Uncle Purvan, my cousin Purvan. Purvan the second.
Yeah.
Bailey.
What?
How about you?
Yeah.
How about me? What?
Who would you like to meet?
Oh well, who would I like to meet?
As the matron.
As the
As the matron.
matron.
Early, not at the end,
Yeah.
obviously. Preview.
Lewdness.
Ooh.
That's juicy.
That's
a
sexy.
good answer.
Wow.
That's really juicy.
Damn.
Maybe we can make that happen.
Maybe we can make that happen.
Oh.
It's time to slide into the deep dive, where our wonderful lore keeper Dani Carr serves us juicy quandaries for our mind throats.
God damn.
Wow.
I don't like the way that
None
was
of that.
phrased.
None of that felt good.
I did
Mind
not like that.
throats.
I don't want to answer these questions.
Like it was written by Purvan.
Don't worry, y'all already mostly did, so this whole round's gonna be like 15 minutes. Y'all already answered a ton of them.
Open wide your mind throat.
Open wide.
I'm stuck.
That one's cool. Hey.
The throat of the mind is the deepest of all.
We still have so much to get through, so let's
just jump in.
start. Let's start. Taliesin.
Okay, I'm going with my
right.
with my spiky cup. All right. Should have brought my glasses. What do you think of the theory that lewdness is Hallis?
There's a theory.
There's a theory?
I didn't know that.
I thought that. I feel like.
Nah.
Yeah, no.
That would be so appropriate. I guess it could be.
I mean, it could.
But
Maybe.
that was a fluke. I just felt like saving Hallis. I wanted for the matron to show that spark that she gave to Vax. I wanted that moment of her being like feeling merciful, and that's why I took him.
In my heart, I hope it's not true.
Yeah.
Because one of my favorite truisms of the world is that you can't erase a. There is no erasing a problem by erasing a city. You're just kind of kicking the can down the like. This is not a system that actually works. Yeah. It's just kicking the can further down the road, and so this was inevitably going to come back to bite them, and not just because of one kid.
Right.
There's just it's not a way that actually works to deal with these things. So yeah, I like the idea that it was even something else, like it was some other point of chaos.
Yeah.
So that's mine, but we'll see.
All right, I'll go. How was it for the Everlight to work with the Lord of the Hills after he betrayed her? It was rough. It was real rough. It really sucked, walking in and seeing him there. But also, because she's the Everlight, there's still love there. Like, that's never gonna disappear, of like wanting there to be a second, what she thinks is like a second chance for him to give him redemption.
In your opinion, do you think she has just like a bottomless well of love and forgiveness?
That's what I feel. That's what
That's ever wrong her enough that she would say, "I abandon you."
Yeah, I think to a fault.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
if it wasn't a bottomless well, would you be the Everlight? Is kind
Right,
of
yeah.
you would
Yeah.
be something else.
Yeah.
The goddess of 11 chances.
Forever. Yes.
Wow, you guys almost caught him. The insight check and the detect thoughts on Arcadia, right in that first scene in the chamber.
I would like to insight check Arcadia.
Hell yeah.
Ooh, smart.
I want to know if she's holding something back.
Yeah. Give me insight.
Okay. That is 32.
You look at Arcadia, goddess of knowledge. She is holding a tremendous amount back. You see a mind burdened by vast, all-encompassing knowledge. And you can feel in this moment that she has specifically not said something about the emissary. That she has not like made clear or explicit what the emissary's gift or power is. Arcadia looks at you. Is everything all right?
Are you on our side?
Your side?
Yes.
I'm on the side of... I don't understand. I'm on the side of us defeating Aor. My thought was that at a time of your choosing, we could be more clear about what was to come, or about the...
I'm sorry, I'm just having a hard time trusting people lately.
I understand. Have I done something that would make you feel that I... She pauses. It was I that brought the knowledge of this to us. And it was I who brokered the truce with the betrayers. I have had more contact with them than is usual. And you have every right to be suspicious and to be hurt.
Did you know that one of our own would send a servant here?
I have been gone the longest. I would look to those who have been here more recently. And you see she looks here at you, Ayden.
Detect thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
Wisdom save 19.
Arcadia steps back, resists the spell, but feels it. Asha, can I help you?
Can I see this as well?
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
I'm checking.
For what? She is on our side.
There is no sides.
Not for you.
There's what needs to be done. And all of us are odd right now.
I've put a lot of work into this mind, and I'll thank you not to touch it. I was sweating. I was like, they're onto me.
Shit, look at me.
They're onto me. It was crazy. The whole thing of and the convenient timing of a Castriel, the angel. So it was basically that the Lord of Hells had like bamboozled everyone earlier that day, essentially, like tipped off the solar. Like there'd been like rumblings for a time, but it was like getting the solar to Aor, doing all this stuff, setting all these things in motion, and then sealing Arcadia. So that was the actual form of the knowing mistress, that she had been living in Aor for a long, long time, but just sealed her in that gem and handed her to the solar.
So wait, Dani and I were talking about this earlier.
Yes.
So he was doing the illusion from the get-go.
From the get-go.
That's what I thought too.
See, I got confused. I,
thought that
swear I
too.
thought you and I had a conversation where you said that he switched in the hospital, but
No.
okay, that was a lore keeper got confused moment.
Don't.
I think.
All good. There was I specifically
A lot
remember.
of info to keep in your mind
Yeah,
throat.
right?
Yeah, my mind throat is full of information.
Yeah.
I hate it so much.
I love it. So gross.
You wrote it. It was in your prompter, so now we're doing it. It's mind throat o'clock.
Ow.
Oh.
Answer a question. Stop talking about it.
Sometime with a mind throat.
Choke on a question.
What was the main philosophy you wanted to imbue your god with? How do you think Nick, Abu, and Nasheer would answer? I think that to answer for Nick, Abu, and Nasheer from the conversations I had, Nick specifically wanted an optimism and this impossible hope that was going to be dashed. And he also wanted a level of pragmatism. He wanted the thing of a non-ideological ideology. He wanted to be the god that was like, hey, we all have to work together and we all believe different things. So that means some of us are going to be right and wrong from time to time, right? We're all doing this together. And I think that Abu had this beautiful hedonistic, life-affirming philosophy, and also one of like, maybe our time will pass, of not being grasping until the very, very end when he did not want to die. And, or you get the archetype when they did not want to die. And I think Nasheer had this intense contractual law above all else of like our agreements. Like, it doesn't matter if you're nice or good or evil or whatever. It matters if you are reliable, if you do what you say you're going to do, if you follow the rules and hold fast to the agreements you've made. Consequences. Yeah.
What you got?
We'll find out.
Okay.
How does the matron feel about taking part in this new family? Does she feel closer to any of her new siblings now?
Getting to know.
Getting to know.
Who does she like the
Oh, she loves you. Yeah. At least me playing her. Yeah. But we talked about this before. Like, she already thought you were great. You were one of the few that kind of didn't make her feel welcome at the table, but, you know, didn't shun her as much as everybody else. Yeah. And I think we had a moment, me and the Dawnfather there at the end. She was very of the mindset of resenting him, of just feeling like, why should I pay you respect? Why should I look at you as the head of this family? Mm-hmm. And then through the course of it, seeing his unending loyalty to keeping it together.
I will. I think for this it feels. I think we'll be okay. I can do some stuff to protect the emissary, not even needing to be there. But I will look at the group and I will say, once in days past, we worked together. Let us, for a moment, remember those times fondly. And in this broken and forgotten as it is temple, I will, as a ritual, cast, and I hope that this temple will up from 8 to as many as there are, Rary's telepathic bond.
Hell yeah.
If we are to act as one, we must move as one and think as one. There are disagreements here that we can solve later, but for now, we must do these separately together. I will pray.
You pray, and who do you pray to in this moment?
I think I will pray not to any one god, but to the family that we used to be.
You begin to pray in this place, the family we used to be. And I think all of you feel a little whispered feeling of being acknowledged in this place. Emhira, you take 22 slashing and 27 radiant twice.
You take it once.
You're taking.
As he goes to slash her the first time, I will use Protective Bond.
Okay.
And let's say it's the second time.
Cool.
He hits her, and as he hits her again, I will use my reaction, teleport next to her, and his sword will drive into me instead of her. Oh. And I will say, you and I will have words.
I'm just gonna peek around and go, Daddy's mad. I think she ended up respecting him more for that.
Yeah.
Because having come from mortals into this new realm of understanding, she did understand that there was so much more that her and her mortal life didn't get. I think she's one of the few that understands both perspectives fully. So yeah, she did come away with more of a respect, but also, I don't want to give anything else away. That's where I'll end it.
Whoa, there's more.
Yeah.
Well, do we ask another question, y'all? Yeah. Pick in there.
We got a few.
Go a couple.
Yeah, let's go a couple rounds. All right.
All right. Oh boy. How did Asha end up feeling about the emissary? Can you tell us about the journey of her feelings towards him and the lawbearer during the journey? Deeply insulted, hurt. It felt like a vicious betrayal for quite a while, and the way that, and because we had talked about how we were going to play these gods, and there was definitely early on before the game, and I kind of enjoyed the way that the Wild Mother definitely turned into, as we were having these conversations, of she's great, she's a bit much. Everyone's kind of like, oh, she's a lot, and the two of them, that marriage clearly works, but wow, it's a lot of it's a lot of there's a lot of just handling each other.
Yes.
So definitely having a real getting and kind of taking out these frustrations on this on the emissary, not really thinking much about what the emissary was or who they were, just kind of treating them a bit like a target for their anger, which it took a little while for that to change. Yeah. That was definitely like she couldn't hear when he was communing with the lawbearer. She couldn't hear that. She just saw him staring at the image and was just like, "Don't, fuck, not now, no."
I went to the statue of lawbearer. I'm trying to see her face.
Do you want to truly try to see her face in this moment? As you attempt to see her face here, you look at the mural, and you alone see the paint move and shift. A set of scales, a mighty axe,
The woman turns to behold you. My child, is she cross with me?
You made her sad.
A consequence of a necessary action must be burdened unshirkingly, with neither excuse nor remorse. Please tell her that I love her more than words can say.
Double, triple much, infinity.
Yes, if it strikes you to say so, my child. I would do anything for her. That which is within my power to do, I will. And I know that I said that I would be there. But I arrived at an intersection where one promise or another would be broken. This world will keep putting me in this position. The lines are too complex while we walk in this place.
I will keep your promise. I will be worthy.
Light moves, touches your chest. Something shifts and rumbles within you. And as it does so, you see, she says, there is no kindness in trepidation, no love in faltering. When the time for justice comes, they will not thank you for half measures. The will of the gods is law, and our word is final. And you feel something glow inside you. They need not love this, but to know that it is true will give them lines that do not falter. And I think you see the image of the static mural on the wall as the vision fades.
You feel me walk behind you, just walking by. I don't look. I'm just on my way somewhere, and you hear in your head, stop it. I keep walking.
What an absolute bullseye. Nasheer, what Nasheer took on by playing a character that inhuman and sweet and childlike, but monstrous. And just like as a player, so honorable, being like, I'm not a god, I don't get the god powers.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Does this actually affect me?
This actually does affect you.
Even though I am a representative and not actually.
Oh, that's an interesting point. I'm gonna say, Nasheer, I leave that up to you. Do you feel that it makes more sense?
I don't think it would affect me.
Honorable. And I appreciate that. The emissary, yes. Okay. So it is, you know that there is still a
shit out of him.
2,000 hit points will be scrubbed away in an instant by this weapon. Yeah. So it is still the blast you have to worry about, and the emissary that does not have these gifts is still your only way to address that. and then just like speaking, and then it's like,
right.
oh, like you've been so reserved, and then every time you open your mouth, it's a banger.
The emissary turns and quietly lumbers to the edge of the tree, trying to get as close to the nest as possible. Just kind of watches for a moment.
He opens his hand with the sycamore seed and just kind of explodes it outward, and this seed kind of twirls through the air and lands back in his hand. Bird. She bares her teeth, but I know what Mother sees in her.
You do another 12 points of damage. So the emissary charges forward, just grinding this archmage into meat. You see that one of the archmage's legs is just chewed up in stone and ice as you rain down axe blows, looking up. What is the emissary feeling in this moment as he charges and attacks?
As he brings the mage in close, he simply, it looks like he's holding him, and he just whispers, "Repent."
Incredible.
Heretic.
And you see that, you can see your passive insight is 27. Cassida looks at the emissary and fully assumes that she is looking at a betrayer. Sees this horrifying construction of stone and sees its animosity toward her, and can only help but arrive at the conclusion that she's looking at something evil.
You're the mother, correct?
My son, how do you know?
We saw him. I can see his fate.
Am I the only mortal in this room?
Yes. No, technically, and I kind of look to the emissary. I mean, if you want to class him as a mortal, you can, but...
Mother. Son. Redemption.
He slowly starts to decelerate.
With your incredible divine senses, can no longer hear Cassida. You don't hear her. You should be able to hear her with your divine senses.
Can I feel the thread that I had with her?
With her?
I wanted to feel
You cannot. You cannot feel the thread with her.
Can I turn to her real quick?
Mm-hmm.
You cannot heal everything. But you can always try.
It's like, oh, well, that's the perfect thing to say. Nasheer crushed it.
It's so funny that Nasheer played a character like that who couldn't speak articulately, but Nasheer was one of the most articulate of us, with like the strongest opinions about what the gods were and weren't, and just had such beautiful ideas when we were doing the character creation. That's why it was like so surprising when he came out and was the emissary instead. It was like,
and then
what?
later pointed out, and I hadn't really even thought about it, the scene on the train. He was like, that was the only contact with what was essentially his mother that he ever had, and I'm like, oh, that's so dark. Oh, I don't like that at all. That's really, now I feel like a bad person.
I gave him a hug when the game was over, and I was like, you're so amazing. And he had like this sadness about the emissary, and said that in that moment at the end when I got to speak to him as the matron, like guiding him on.
Emissary, you're standing in a dark place with a very enormous figure, a goddess with a white mask and raven feathers. Are you still scared?
It's so dark. But I know you. Are you here to take me to Mama?
I take my mask off, and my size shrinks to where I'm the same size as Emissary. You did well, child. And there will be light.
I want to go home now.
And I pull his soul to me and send it on its way to Mother.
Find those who are worthy and take them home.
Like that he never got to meet his mom. Like that all he wanted was to be with his mother.
The lawbearer to be with. Like,
Yes.
Yeah.
He called her mother.
It was rough.
Devastating. I was like, oh God, I wish I could have given you that moment.
Also, just to talk about Nasheer just for a second longer, I don't know if it came up exactly in the game itself, but his idea was that the lawbearer specifically made the emissary of ice and stone because it felt like having a child with nature, with the wild bear, with the wild mother. Wild bearer. Is that their ship name?
Well, it's also
I've just come up with
it's funny because ice
Oh my God.
ice is a property of the natural world which creates crystals that are like perfect the order meeting nature. That's very it's romantic.
Later. Yeah.
Nasheer just
So wonderful.
so that the emissary, that was everything. Well, speaking of all the wonderful casts that we had, how was it working so closely with Nick Marini as Trist and Ayden? I love Nick so much, and he was such a joy to pair up with, and we had such great Zoom convos.
Did you
and
Zoom convos
yeah, we
beforehand?
did.
That's cute.
And just sort of planning. We had so much that we had. Our backstory of like Ayden and Trist, there was so much that we built that we, obviously we weren't going to get to that because that wasn't the full part of, that wasn't the point of the story, but we had so much fun building their story and even so much more of his backstory of Ayden's backstory that didn't come out that was incredible. As a bonus action, when I get into the room, I sort of, as we're moving, I reach my hand into my pocket, one of my pockets in my husband's coat, and I feel what feels like a tree branch. And I take it out and I see it's a slingshot that Topher has made.
You remember when Topher hugged you very tight and must have slipped it in to the pocket of the coat.
I look at it and it has constellations carved into it, and I know that he's learned these from his uncle Ayden. And as a bonus action, I cast Blinding Smite onto this weapon. And I think I had such a good time, and also, he is probably the most knowledgeable person I have ever met about this game.
You telling me? Nick Marini's been making my life a living hell for 14 years. This man understands game design and building busted characters in a way.
Jeez Louise!
Was it a triple? It was
Yeah.
it was a triple.
four.
It was a quadruple.
Quadruple multi-class.
To the point where in the player's handbook, he can tell you the page to go to find what you're looking for.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need everyone with in this scene to give me a charisma saving throw.
I'm assuming we're all standing near one another?
Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone will have +5.
What?
To that.
paladin aura.
And let me just double. Why won't this go? Well, everyone will have +5.
To our saving throws of charisma.
To if you were within 10 feet of me, or I think you.
Yes.
Anything.
Yes. Both of
Any
us
saving
have.
throw.
That's insane.
Wow.
Cool.
So did he just cast that mage just cast a spell, correct?
Yes, he did.
Within 5 feet?
Within 5 feet.
Yes.
So I've got Mage Slayer.
Great. Go ahead and make your attack. Let's do it.
You're awesome, man.
Gets all the way over here. Now only has a bonus action.
So that's considered disengage, what he did?
Oh shit! No, you would get an attack of
I can
opportunity
attack of opportunity.
as the mage uses movement to leave. So you can go ahead and take an attack.
But was that reaction on the shield?
Oh yes, you've used your reaction on your turn, so yours will reset on your next initiative.
Got it.
It's so.
Well, I'm gonna do it to him, so I got to do it to
Yeah,
us.
it's also so fucked up because Nick doesn't play like at this much 5e and is already a master, master rules adjudicator. I'm like, that's sick, man. Absolutely. It specifically says a creature in the area of more than one fiery burst is affected only once. That's my mistake. So you want to spread them out, but okay.
Hold on. A creature, not an object.
Or should it be both?
Or have as much damage on it. So this is specifically saying the spell damages objects in the area and ignites flammable objects that are being worn or carried.
So it says a creature cannot be affected more than once, but an object may?
This is the rules lawyerist shit I've ever seen. This is
very much rules
unbelievable.
I'm just saying
it does specify
to destroy objects, not people.
Okay. So it does specify actually that the spells damage objects in the area. So yeah, you could double up and affect objects more. Objects can be affected more than once. Creatures only once. I think it's fucked
Got
up.
him gilding the lily a bit, perhaps.
He is so fucking talented. Nick is so talking about like actual play and performance. I've been playing D&D with Nick since we were kids, since we were like forever and ever and ever, and he's an incredible actor and he's on Cobra Kai and he's done all this amazing stuff. But I always remember in terms of his performances, I think is the first person to make me cry in a game of D&D. He played a scene where in our home game they went to the underworld and there had been a battle in terms of the marriage of mechanics and story, because Nick is the ultimate mechanical master and the ultimate storyteller, that there was a moment where he needed a nat 20 to save a friend and rolled a 19. And there was a death. It was a full PC death, and they went to the underworld and found the spirit, and we had the player playing their old PC again, and Nick had this moment on this bridge over the chasm of death where he just was weeping and just going like, I'm so sorry I couldn't save you. And you could feel the weight of that 19. You could feel the weight of being one away from what I needed to save you.
Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah. Nick is, he's the best.
Yeah,
He's the best.
fantastic. I can't wait to play with him again.
Yeah.
I can't wait to play with him again.
He's so good. Here we go. For Brennan, that's me. What was your preparation process like for Downfall? How did it differ from Calamity?
Well,
Good question.
Give it all up right
Give it all up right now. There are so many mirrors. It's so funny you said Marisha was like, you got to play the matron, because Marisha in Calamity played the character that you had pitched.
Yeah.
And there's a mirror there. And I've often said Calamity was a story about villains. The Ring of Brass were corrupt city officials. They were bad. They were stealing ether from Dominus. Bad. And we watch them on the day where their world is destroyed and they all make the decision to give Exandria a chance. They all make this heroic decision. And then we have Downfall, which is another, I'm the guy you call when you need a sky city to crash, but this is from a different perspective. We're not seeing the god come out, we're watching the gods go in. We're seeing it from their perspective. And I think too that you're watching these gods of light and law and nature. And it's the opposite of the story. We talked about this in the character creation of Calamity here's these villains that have this heroic moment, and then here are the gods that have loved mortals from day one, destroying. the true. It's Atlantis. It's the mythological story of destruction. And for Matt's purposes and what he needed this to do in campaign 3, it is a moment of horror. And you're like, you keep calling us your children.
Every child thinks at one time or another that they know better. They are children.
A lot of them seem like grown-ups to me. And you're taking our ability to stand up for ourselves and destroying it, and destroying us
grow.
Yeah, and destroying us in the process. After all, these rules and edicts are not for you, are they? And never were. What binds you that so binds us? What binds you?
Oh dear. You're getting angry now.
I have been angry. One by one. Quiet. The calamity fading. This great destruction. Dominus gone. Marquette burned. Exandrians dead. Us marching to war over and over and over again for those that cannot die and seem unwilling to kill each other. Cries of misery and destruction were not enough to stay your hands. What stayed the hands of the gods? What called truce between you and the... And here, before he can even say betrayers, you watch a celestial crafted to defeat the forces of evil, made by your hands to fight in holy war, who has been left for years without your guidance or instruction in a truce you called. What did you think? What did you think would happen when word spread throughout the celestial ranks? That we would wait for slaughter to commence again? After the threat to you and you alone had been destroyed? I find you sickening. And you see here that a little bit of fire moves around the edge of the Planetar's eyes.
You speak of things you don't understand, child.
I'm not a child. I'm a construct, only a real one. You see that the necrotic surges over the celestial, and he screams, "Ah!" and repels death itself. You see he goes, I am not of the cycle. It is not given to me to die. You made me. You made me to serve, and serve I would. Why are your children bound by rules you will not follow? If you would have words with me, I'd sooner you dash me upon the rocks of this cursed world. Father! And for me too, that one moment that Cassida has where she looks at, where it's like, Abu goes like, you can never comprehend, you can't understand. She's like, you're working with the betrayers, he's like, you can't understand. And then in the next scene, Nasheer goes like, the emissary is like, do you understand? And she's, even as she knows she's dead, is like, you have told me I cannot comprehend, and now you ask me to understand. With respect, make up your mind. I want to understand.
Did it ever cross your mind why we banished them in the first place? Instead of, as you seek, to destroy them. There are things that you do not understand. The might of all of us also protects this world. There are things you cannot comprehend. And should those things come here, there cannot be only a handful of us.
Anything else I can...
While people are souping up, the emissary lumbers up to Cassida and takes a massive claw and dips it into the waters running underneath and holds it in front of her.
Mm-hmm.
Not good or bad. Family.
And I tip it as the water runs out.
And balance. Understand.
Cassida looks at you. Before, in that chamber, I was told there are things I could never understand. I am going to do as you have asked, but I will ask a favor in return. Make up your mind if I am given to understand this world or not.
Not my wish to grant.
Then why don't we just stop teaching me lessons?
Mother loves you.
Cassida continues on.
Oof.
And
yes.
I remember that.
And
I was like,
ooh, it hurts.
Wow.
But that preparing for that horror was the difference. Preparing for you guys to end not on a beat of triumph, but on a beat of horror was a very different story. Having that moment with Cassida, and again having that thing of like and you see the contradiction that the prime deities are wrestling with in Exandria, where it's like, we're beyond your understanding. Then why are you calling yourself father and mother? Like, if you're so far beyond my fucking understanding, why are you invoking the most primal, understandable relationships that we have if you're unknowable? And for that, even that final fight, that was a big different preparation, because I was preparing a fight that I knew you guys were going to win, and in Calamity I was preparing a fight that I knew they were going to lose. And but within that, I specifically designed that last encounter to become a horror encounter where you guys are the monsters.
Yeah.
And,
And we felt it.
Oh boy.
oh my God,
Right?
I felt it.
like that first round, I know that in that first round, everyone's like, no, they're gonna.
Oh, sick.
So let me be clear. If a TPK is gonna happen, it's gonna happen in the next 20 minutes.
Oh!
As the angel draws his sword, this guy in the lead, this like tiny little wizard up front, goes like, destroy them! Destroy them now! Destroy them before they have a chance! And
Oh my God.
that seems to be the energy in the room, as they're going to unload.
The vibe in the room.
The vibe in the room. The vibe in the room
Filled with
is
extreme prejudice.
Yeah, it's filled with extreme prejudice. That is half fire damage, half radiant damage. As a Castriel looks and says, "Defend the wards! Defend the wards with your life!" As this irrevocable comes past and goes like, "Enemies of Aeor." And a blast of light deals 45 radiant damage to each of you.
So you take 23, and I take 23.
I'm going to say something now. Unfortunately, on that the wisdom saving throw.
And that was not spell either.
Not spell either. On that wisdom saving throw, you each are stunned.
Oh no.
It's getting nasty over here, guys. My sincere apologies. We had some enemies roll very well
Oh no.
for their initiative.
Oh no, and it's just you guys out there.
Surging forward from invisibility, directly behind you, a Glabrezu.
Ayden is just back here like,
ow,
Hey, Tylenol or something? All right, you're
taking 41 points of damage. I'm not even in the battle yet.
That's 4 points of damage, right?
Hovering malevolently in the air over you. A massive now Feshni is going to swing on, I guess, the Emissary again, who just shattered a ward.
What the heck is that?
no, wait, what is it?
These guys all need punishment once we've got out of this, by the way.
Yeah.
Running, he turns and says, "Protect the wards with your life!
I'll take care of these interlopers."
Leaps and transforms in mid-air.
No.
Hell yeah.
No.
Listen, these...
You guys are the gods.
Fucking knew it.
So it's demons, it's angels, it's dragons, it's all of it. It's all coming. Everybody pissed, everybody mad.
Are you telling me this dungeon has a dragon in it?
Unbelievable. At the end of your turn, a bunch of stuff is gonna happen. A Castriel, the solar, rushes down.
I'm glad that it ends here. Now, I will put to rest the ruin you have wrought upon this world.
And he is going to swing twice with his greatsword.
At Emhira?
At Emhira. Another legendary action is gonna, what?
Fuck.
Is going
And there's a dragon.
Oh yeah, is bad. We move from there, further down in initiative. Another shape up here. This person is going to lean over here and say,
"We fight them here, the way we thought. We fight them now."
And leaps off over on this side, and
I swear to God, if he turns into a dragon.
He's gonna turn into a dragon.
He's gonna turn into something.
Yeah.
It's a Pegasus. I was not prepared for a Pegasus. Shit. Now we're ready.
Silver Dragon.
Silver Dragon! This is rough.
I mean,
we all die.
I'm
up to
throwing the whole book at you guys. I know that everyone watching at home is like, this is like a CR 100 encounter. You saw what the first ward did, right? So like, it all comes down to this, okay?
We gotta get those words out.
Solar is going to look at you with your ranged spells and go,
"You do not deserve the gift of sight. You do not deserve to bear witness to this world."
and his eyes glow impossibly bright. Ayden, holding hope that some different path will reveal itself here. A Castriel looks at the matron, looks at you.
"You will strike nothing."
And you feel the retinas of your eyes burn out, and you are blinded. This scream from this silver dragon as she flies down hits a line across, not hitting the soul, not hitting a Castriel. Zaharsht is paralyzed. His muscles sort of like freeze up. He raises a hand, points right at you, Salaha, and is going to cast Wish. What? It's Eeyore, baby! How many times do I have to say it's fucking Eeyore out here?
What the fuck is about to happen?
You watch an Archmage of Eeyore, one of the minds behind the Factorum Malleus, reach into his own understanding and attempt to create a version of this machine to kill you out of the components of your own body.
What the?
And he goes,
"Reality is no longer yours!"
The tiny little voice near these Archmages up at the top goes,
"The fight for the future of Exandria happens here. Now, fire the weapon at any cost."
Leaps up into the air.
Oh my god.
Is that a
What?
So 3 dragons, 3 demons, 2 massive constructs, and like a half dozen Archmages. Okay.
Fuck.
This is a fight worthy of the gods.
My god.
Fuck.
This is a fight worthy of the gods.
Get out of this spot.
I see no hope.
And as you start winning, it feels jubilant, but not in a good way. It feels like The Solar is going to use a legendary action to teleport directly in front of you.
So, I have Demolishing Might.
What does Demolishing Might do?
Is sick.
Your melee weapon attacks deal an extra 1d8 damage to constructs and deal double damage to objects and structures.
Ooh! Great. I wasn't prepared for this.
This is happening a little too fast.
Divine Prowess. After rolling a skill check, double the result. After calculating all bonuses, double all passive skills.
Wait.
What? Say that again.
So after rolling a skill check, double the result. I get that. After calculating all bonuses, double all pass. So if I have a passive perception of 21, I now have a passive perception of 42.
42. That is correct.
Yo, sneak by me.
Try it.
And all of you feel, you sing the songs of creation. You know the crafting, not of machines, but of souls and realities, as your divine prowess returns to you, and all of you begin to thrum and glow as your mortal bodies realize they are perhaps moments away from not being able to contain you.
I don't know what that.
I'm gonna try something, and I don't know whether it's gonna be a good fucking move or not.
For gods.
Go it.
Let's
Big
do
move.
it.
No try. Big bold move. Big bold move.
Okay.
There's no
I'm
safe
gonna
way to do this.
cast Meteor Swarm.
Too far.
40 feet is going to hit
All of the
all
things.
of those wards. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Needs both to be at 14 or higher. That is a 9.
Yes!
Down. We'll go for this one here. 12.
Okay.
Could go down this way. This is about to maybe be the end of the episode. 9. Another one goes down.
Oh! Bring it.
Okay. 4. I'm a man of my word, right? Like, I'm a man of my word, and if this totally changes the battle, it totally fucking changes it. And a 3!
No!
Oh, fucking no.
Oh, fucking no.
I would like to thank my mother.
Me too.
The first ward crumbles. Archheart, filling you first. Please read Divine Magic.
Once per turn, you may cast any cleric spell or domain spell of a domain you grant of any level once per turn without using a spell slot.
What? Cast a 9th level spell every turn.
After calculating all bonuses, double your spell save DC, and double the range, area of effect, and duration of all your spells.
Oh my god, guys.
Wait! This is delicious!
Are you kidding me?
We're healed and revived now.
Divine Vitality.
At the beginning of your turn, if you have not taken damage since the beginning of your last turn, you regenerate all hit points. All death saving throws are considered nat 20s. Max current HP and temp HP granted by your spells and abilities is multiplied by 10.
What?
Wait.
Immune to the poisoned, petrified, paralyzed conditions, immune to disease.
Wow.
Oh my god.
So,
yeah.
Max current. So I go from 14 hit points to 140.
Correct.
Sick.
And Nasheer, would you please read Divine Potency?
Oh, I'm so excited.
Holy.
Divine Potency. All damage from spells and weapon attacks are multiplied by 10.
Are you nuts?
After rolling an attack roll, double the result. After calculating all bonuses, double your armor class. Double your range with ranged weapons.
Oh no!
It's not a fair fight, and it never was.
But it's really not fair now.
There's something I would like to try.
Yeah.
Because I would like to try to maybe use a skill check, but this might end up being an action, but...
Let me know what you got in mind.
I want to talk to the construct here in front of me and try to persuade it to do something.
Amazing. What do you want to persuade it to do?
I want you to destroy the ward in front of you.
This construct was created by the might of Aor to destroy the gods and protects the weapon meant to kill them with its very life. So it's going to be a DC 40 persuasion check.
I'm dying. It would be double.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I rolled a natural 19.
So you got it.
And then for persuasion, I have plus 11.
So that's 30.
And after rolling a skill check, double the result?
Yes. This machine, crafted by the greatest mortal mages ever, looks through impenetrable darkness, crafted by the Matron of Ravens. Its oculus, unable to see, even with all of its arcane might. And it sees the light of hope and redemption and healing from the dawn of time. There is no possibility for it to ignore the commands of its makers. It would take a miracle for it to do something like that. It goes...
I believe.
And it's gonna punch the ward underneath its feet.
Okay, divine resistance. Legendary resistances times 5.
All of you have legendary resistance times 5. So you have 5 legendary resistances.
After rolling a saving throw, double the result. Immune to all non-magical damage, immune to all weapon damage from non-artifact weapons, immune to all spell damage from spells of 6th level or lower. You gain 2 elemental damage immunities and 4 elemental damage resistances of your choosing.
Oh my gosh.
I pick Radiant as an immunity.
Oh my god.
Every person that I'm peeling off of the board now is one of the most brilliant mortal wizards that ever lived.
I was way more psyched when I started that action than I feel now.
You kill 3 dragons in a single spell.
What?
The shadow dragon goes, no, no, gone. The light of the sun comes. It is the source of all life on Exandria. What can resist it? Nothing. Nothing can. These guys. What am I talking about?
The Glad Brothers are just like, I'm fine.
It's like,
We're all good, right? We're good? We're good? Okay, no.
Whoa, that's a scary little demon guy I didn't see.
Yes, absolutely. These guys were already plenty hurting.
And that demon, I don't know.
What about the demon in front of your...
Yeah.
Gone. Gone. Let me see here. Gone. As we move through, you've been gone. We move down. Yeah, all the dragons incinerated by the light of the sun.
I will use Commanding Rally on you. You can throw your weapon. You can make an attack.
Whoa.
Against one of the wards?
Against one of the wards.
That one right there.
Wow.
This hole is just cleft off. This lip of this machine, as this axe, divine justice is here. As you hit that ward, the 6th of 7. Please read this for me.
Divine awareness. True sight. Blind sight. Tremor sense to 120 feet. Must be nice. You can speak and understand all languages, spoken and written, and can communicate telepathically with any creature you can see.
Wow.
Immune to charmed, frightened, stunned, blinded, and deafened conditions.
And I'm going to use my next ones to hit the ward.
As the ward shatters, the 7th ward. Go ahead and read that.
Divine Vigor. You regain all limited use class features at the beginning of your turn. You're immune to exhaustion. After calculating all bonuses, double your speed. You regain all your legendary, you regain legendary actions 3 per round.
You all have legendary actions. At the end of your enemy's turns, you may do what they've been doing the whole time. You're not the heroes, you're NPCs, you're the gods. You have legendary actions, legendary resistances. Time of heroes is over.
That was so cool, though.
Yeah.
They can just snap their fingers at this point.
Yeah, it's like, oh, did Aor ever stand a chance?
Yeah.
And designing that encounter to be that thing that as those powers start to come out, people watching that are fans of the game system are like, wait, this is fucking broken. This is busted. And you're like, yes.
You shouldn't get a 9th level spell every single fucking turn.
What do you mean times 10 damage? And you're like, yeah, that's what this is. Yeah. 2,000 hit points.
I loved the idea that all of us
Yeah.
were so scared of losing that by the time it started to turn in our favor, we became giddy with these new powers. And we all collectively were like, oh, this is amazing, until all collectively went, this is so fucked.
Yeah. It's the feeling too of whatever the fact that when they were all mortals, they were having a conversation about we must do whatever we can to, and then suddenly just, and it starts to be like, so you thought you could stand against, and you go like, yeah, a lot of dragons were breathing fire and ice on you, and a lot of mages were hitting you in the chest with wish spells, and now you do times 10 damage and you have 2,000 hit points, and you go, hey, remember when you were fucking with me a second ago? And that feeling is, and the intoxication of power. I wanted to use game design to make the feeling of the intoxication of power to explain some of the gods' behavior.
And it was funny, there was like one moment where I had to do some menial kill at that point, and I wanted to use the 9th level spell that you had given, and I was like, what 9th level spell can I do that's gonna be the most just fucking horrific thing? And then afterwards going, all I had to do was do a guiding bolt kind of shit.
Yeah, magic missile would have done
You
it.
just knock him out because it's like times 10, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You're a gnat at that point. It's so...
That was the big preparation. Was that designing all of those reversals of Calamity being hope in loss and this being horror and triumph.
I want to see the day after they land on Exandria. That's a game I want to see.
Oh, like the early founding. Yeah.
I want to see the turn against the. Yeah, that's another one to put in your head.
The schism. Yeah.
I'm going to read this one just because I like the question, even though we kind of answered it. How was it playing the Matron, especially after everything you went through as Vexalia? It was eye-opening, and I don't hate her anymore. Okay.
We take back calling you a bitch.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry. But it's funny as Vex, thinking I was going to just be able to talk her into things. I really thought I could just haggle my way out of this situation. What was Emhira's relationship with Purvan? He was her protector, but how did they find each other? This comes back to the warlock relationship. The matron, as he was her champion, and let him know ahead of time, guess what? I'm going to be inhabiting this baby. I need you to make sure this baby lives until she's needed. So take care of her. So Purvan was with Emhira her entire life.
Your protector and guardian turns to look at you, a mantle of raven feathers over his shoulder. He smiles. You can see he looks older, tired. Says, no, plenty for the little lovey to eat. In a place like Hawks Hill, that midden heap's got to be at least 12 feet high.
Maybe you should go and get into trouble.
Raven flies off. He turns to look as the bird takes wing, flying, and sighs and goes, well, I can try to move out if you'd like and try to get a lay of the land, but this is, I suppose, where we part ways.
No. You keep saying it, but are you sure you don't want to come? You could do it.
I would do anything you asked of me. And I will only say, before you ask it of me, long or short, we all must decide how we want to spend our lives. And I think in some ways we have to decide how to spend our death. It has been the honor of my life to protect you. And as a devout practitioner of my path, humility is called for. I don't think there's anything that I could stop that you would not stop more gracefully.
I take his hands. I would have been lost without you. Thank you for guiding me and always protecting me.
He looks at you and smiles sorrowfully. Give me an insight check.
18.
Ever since the night I met your mother and father and told them that I had had a vision and was sworn to protect you, I watched you grow up, and even when you were a babe, there was something you were looking for. I don't think you ever needed me as a guardian, though it was my life's honor to do so. But I always felt like I wanted to help you find that thing you were looking for. And if this is where we part ways, I want to make sure that you found it. And I'm not sure if I did. Is there anything I could have done?
He was like another father figure to her. He helped teach her how to fight. And
you felt that.
Break Dani just a little bit. I just see another little bit of Dani snap off.
Because when Purvan said, he was like, "It has been my honor." The
idea of your deity learning how to walk.
And like you helping, you taking your deity on like a little hike through the woods and like teaching her how to fish.
And then putting her on a city.
And then putting her on a city and knowing it's
my
goodbye.
God.
And knowing that the relationship will never be the same. You know, there's no more hugs,
That's gone.
right? That's gone. And that there's like also the idea of showing up to whoever Amira's mortal parents were and being like, hello, I'm here with a contract written by a goddess, and I'm here with a a number of artifacts and a number of like
a giant wolf.
And a giant fucking wolf.
Here's a large sum of money.
Here's a large sum of money.
We need you to live well until.
Yeah.
There was some murder, but I don't know where no. might have misplaced.
Yeah, real Obi-Wan Kenobi shit.
Yeah, actually, very much so.
Yeah.
Hey, let's do another speed round.
All right, one more speed round.
Come on.
Nah, fuck it. She's done. She's got
Oh, I don't know how I would answer that. This one's too hard, which was, how would the Wild Mother have described the emissary of the Law Bearer? I don't know.
Aww.
That's a...
It was her last words. I will tell you everything about that sweet, brave boy.
I walk up to my wife. I take her hands. I'm not angry. Not even a little. I couldn't. I couldn't have if you had been there. I couldn't have been that person. It was too much.
A forest with rules.
Mm-hmm. That perfect tree.
Please tell me all about my son.
Take your hand when we walk, and I tell you every moment of that brave child.
The Wild Mother and Lawbearer depart.
I mean, the easy ones immediately would have been. I'm trying to think of a better word for observant, but I would say just and kind to a point that more than we deserved is what I would. That's as far as I will go with that one.
Oh,
boof.
Heart.
Boof.
Well, yeah, she was starting to get her normal personality back by the end of the game. So, once the wolf had pieced out, it was more the, oh boy, I didn't want to do that. That was really not pleasant.
The second that the Nasheer had the emissary pop his head out of the crate and go dark.
The lid to the crate cracks open, and the emissary kind of pokes his head out. Dark. And just kind of watches what's going on around it.
You can kind of hear again the voice in your head. Yes, it's very dark, darling, but just stay inside. And kind of lift the thing and kind of stand resolute.
And I was like, oh, that's my child.
Yes.
That's my baby boy.
Baby boy, little baby bean, protect.
He says, we'll be back in a moment to inspect the crate. And they leave this place.
Great.
Apples.
Get back in.
I'll turn to Trist.
Little lies are okay.
Yes, sometimes. I put out my hand. For now.
For now.
For now.
I want to see. I can break things. May I serve?
I suppose.
You look and see Arcadia actually looks at the two of you and says, I think and forgive me, I think the Subtlety Brigade can probably handle the Obtenebrator engine on its own.
All right. What was the easiest part about playing Trist and the Everlight? What was the hardest? I think
It was the best of times.
it was the worst of times, Worcestershire. I think easiest probably. I think it was really easy to show love and care for everybody at the table, because I do love and care for everybody at the table, and was just so in love with all of the choices everybody was making and the things that they were. That part was easy to sort of jump into that part of the Everlight, and I think the hardest was having to make any decision. Because they all were terrible.
And I have a brutal one here. I'll do these are my last two. Did Cassida truly renounce the Everlight in her final moments, or was that another lie?
I'm gonna tell you something now. Before she died, she renounced you. It's even better than killing a follower.
I don't know if I want to know. Probably.
Was it true?
Probably.
Should I say?
Do you know?
I mean,
I know.
You do?
I know the truth of whether it was a,
Oh man, I don't know if
whether
I
it
can
was
hear
a
this.
lie.
You can cover your ears if you
No,
want.
I can't. I should know.
I want to know.
Yeah, I want to know too.
She did, right?
Did Cassida truly renounce the Everlight in her final moments, or was that another lie? Cassida did not truly renounce the Everlight in her final moments. She did it before then.
Oh.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh.
I know. I knew.
We know.
We know.
We know. It was the because that's the whole thing, right? Is it's all about perspective. There was so much of this, and this is the second question too, which was just the what were some of the major questions you either wanted to answer or have the audience players ask themselves during this game. I have strong beliefs in the real world, but it's very important to me, I think, that we don't make when you make or tell stories that are trying to shortcut to proving yourself right. That's sort of a definition of propaganda, I think. And so showing this, there was a lot of complexity. Prime deities are allying with the betrayers. That seems pretty fucked. Aor seems pretty fucked too. That's a totalitarian state that is it's kicking gnomish women off of ships, and it's killing the followers of the gods. You look at Captain Marcus, who's speaking down at the bottom, and you see that a small family, looks like all three of them are going to be able to come. It's a family of gnomes, like small folk. And you see that Captain Marcus lashes out, kicks an older gnomish woman in the chest, and kicks her off the ramp. You look and see, he says, the other gnomes scramble to go to her and help her, and you see he begins to bark out at everybody. You see the old woman is clasping something in her hand, and you see it is an emblem of the Dawnfather. You see that the captain of the Orient vessel says, "I cannot be more clear. No emblem of the gods will make its way aboard this ship, nor the city of Aor. If it is the gods you worship, then have them, and their choked sky, and their ruined land. What hope remains for mortals in Exandria remains because of Aor's might. Aor alone will see you through. Do you wish to come aboard without her?" You see that the two other gnomes look and say, my aunt, she. You see, he goes, "Will she divest herself of that idol?" You see this old gnomish woman with strewn emblems of sanctuary around her, looks up and says, "I've made every step in the light of the Dawnfather. I will not now make one without him." And you see that the captain says, "You make steps in his light," and gestures to the cloudy, ash-filled sky. And you see that she smiles and looks up and looks some clearly broken bone on the ground, just goes, Captain, clouds and ash, they cover the sky, but I promise you, the sun is still on the other side. What cannot be seen is not gone forever. And you see the captain saying, remove her emblems, remove them now. And you watch soldiers converge and strip this woman of her emblems of sanctuary, and the rest of her family looks in this moment and drops their emblems on the ground, takes their aunt, and moves back into the crowd. But also that city is filled with some people who follow the gods, but it's also filled with people who don't, who are good and don't deserve to die. But those people are in a city that probably, if it kills the gods, wants to conquer Exandria. So you're doing the math of the gods mostly want to just be alive, but Aor's bad, so you should stop Aor. But how bad is Aor? It's the last hope of mortaldom, but it's a pretty totalitarian hope of mortaldom. But you did, and it's the horror of making moral choices with too much power in a moving world with everything horrifying around you. And I think for Cassida in that moment, right, she didn't know that she'd been discovered by Aorian, intelligence. She really thought she was going to help. She really thought that if I can make this weapon, like, the gods need us. And there's a childish wonder in that, like, what if I get big enough that I can help mom and dad? And then they're going to love me so much when I come but then you realize that same thing, which I think that is a lot of people's awakening when you look out at the world and you go, like, it's which is sort of a Castriel I played, for only one episode, really. You see this angel, but who I loved as an NPC to play as this angel who's basically going, like, you made me to fight a war that to you is a joke. And that's a very real, so to me, I think those were the questions I wanted to ask, which is basically, if you look at the gods, I think you can, and this is the question that I'm going to go home and you guys have to answer these fucking questions in the rest of campaign 3. But there's something about the idea of the main question of, like, okay, these gods are family. They love each other. What does that mean to a mortal? What does that mean to a celestial? What does that mean to... And again, it's like, the funny thing is I almost feel like there's two different... Like, lewdness is lewdness, but lewdness is not... that's a guy. That's one guy, right? And the other question, for me at least, that I wanted to look at was just the idea of, is the love of the gods for each other the most important fact of Exandria? And if I'm a mortal, do I have to care about it? That to me was.
No, thank you for giving me the crawling king, man. The minute that happened, I'm like, oh no.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to walk over to the turtle just for a second and get down. I'm going to turn into the wolf. I miss you in there some days. I really do.
Why don't you come find me? I don't want to do this alone.
I'm so sorry.
If I promise to take care of you, can I torture you forever?
You already do.
Stomps off.
Yeah.
Oh no, I suddenly see all the problems here. This is real bad.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
So that, and I think all of you people, I had the best seat in the house. I got to watch all of you do something truly proficient, playing multiple characters. Everyone put 200 pounds of lore on their back and tap danced through playing a mortal avatar, the god behind the avatar, doing a complicated heist movie, playing 20th level characters for the first time with a whole suite of powers, and taking people through an Atlantis story, the destruction, the gods punishing hubris, and leaving you in this position of, did they do it because they were scared to die? Did they do it because they were saving Exandria? Or did they do it because everything was happening all at once and they had one night? And
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Yeah.
And the thing that will never leave me is that, honestly, there is a world where they could just all leave.
And that's, the final conversation, right?
Why didn't you just walk away? None of this could have happened if you, like, all of this is because...
Could they? I mean, could they though? They were refugees. They were little balls of light that got kind of trapped on Exandria when they came into being. That was my take on it, that when they became, that Exandria trapped that being.
The feeling I get at this point is that may have been true once, but they are now strong enough that if they wanted to go start over somewhere else, because some of them talk about, like, we can just leave and start over. And I don't think, especially the betrayers put that forward, and I think there's definitely a risk that they will lose some of them themselves. I definitely know that's a big fear with the Wild Mother, but honestly, I think if they really valued human life or the life on Exandria, that is a thing they would have been willing to do at this point. And that is the one place where I'm still, anytime you have option A and option B, like anytime someone presents a yes or no option, my immediate thought is always, are you putting these two options forward because you don't want me to think about a third? Mm-hmm. Are you, because that is the narcissist play, of you can either do A or you can do B and that's it. Like, well, or I could just not play this fucking game. Mm-hmm. And it is really always that pay no attention to the complexity of the universe. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I don't know. It's in my head.
I like this question because I feel like this comes directly from Dani, because you want to know. How much did Matt tell you about the Matron of Ravens? Are you now a keeper of the forbidden lore? Matt and I had a very long meeting about all things Matron. He didn't tell me everything. But I know a lot.
You know a lot more than you did.
I know a lot more than I did. I know about her ascension. I know about her mortal life.
You know how she did it?
Maybe.
Shit.
I'm so happy for you.
Me too. There's some questions on here that we didn't really get to.
Okay.
That I just really want to talk about really quickly. Mm-hmm. For one, how much I loved the Betrayer Gods.
Oh,
and how you played them.
They were so cool.
We should speak, but we are not all gathered. They are here. Within.
How many?
There are 4.
4.
There were supposed to be more. Some of them betrayed and lied and are not here, but 4 are.
Little lies.
And you see a priest of the Dawnfather standing here in this room, lying on the altar, blood running down from her mouth, a powerful barbarian woman with a massive sword who saw fit to rest on this ancient altar. At the base of the steps of this raised platform, there is a sickly, deathly-looking turtle. Hunched, glowing green eyes. His thick, wrinkly skin torn by small hooks. his shell changed by spikes. It looks like hurts him to move, like his shell is growing things that protrude inside him. And up at the top of a column with a bow and arrow is a small halfling woman who hides there in the ceiling, slowly descends from a rope.
So cool.
Why did we like them so much?
Family.
They're so cool.
This because you guys, the reason you love them and the reason people love villains is being good is more complicated than being evil, and when you are in moral panic and torture, and you watch someone totally unburdened by caring about the well-being of others, you go, look, that motherfucker doesn't give a shit about doing the right thing at all.
They're living their best life.
They made that decision.
Yeah, exactly. Look how easy
Father
they made it.
Milo, my God.
So.
Hello, family. You are not a god. Someone got cold feet. She knows something I don't know.
Probably.
Well, that makes two of you that aren't gods.
And two of you who are missing.
It's like herding cats. You'd be amazed what the moniker of betrayer will do to people's sense of cohesion. Well, let's spill.
There were so many moments that reminded me of what's the Face Off? You know, I'm sorry. I love action movies.
This is based on, the Downfall is inspired by Face Off.
Obviously. But like when Nick Cage in the beginning,
Just the VHS cover.
Nick Cage in the beginning when he's like in the choir costume, and then he like grabs the girl's ass.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just gave me Father Milo vibes.
It is. I mean, it is. That is part of the fun of being a villain is that you've already made your decisions.
Yeah. And the perspective is totally clean. It's literally why I had caution about choosing to play one in the beginning. Is I was like, I think I said like, I don't know if you'll get your Meryl Streep moment of deep emotional wrestling with people who have this much clarity. You know, like there's like. But I appreciate Milo. So people saw him as being a priest of the Dawnfather as a troll. I want to be clear. The Lord of the Hells, there's a bit of that cheekiness and mischief to the Lord of the Hells. It's also about how the betrayers hurt the world. And to me, the Strife Emperor, the Crawling King, have these, or the Chained Oblivion, you know, even things like that, have ways hurting the world that are like overwhelming. There's that chaotic evil thing of like destruction, rampage, slaughter. And to me, the Lord of the Hell, I was like, if you have trickery as a domain, which is also, I remember talking to Matt about like how human the gods are, and I was like, I feel like any god that has trickery as a domain has to be pretty human. Like, you care about the mind and feeling states of other beings, right? Sure. You're mapping their consciousness to be able to trick them. So to me, the amount of damage you cause as the Lord of the Hells, if your domain is trickery and you're the father of lies, is like, oh, I know where I can hurt people the most by being the voice of what they depend on the most, and being the idea of like, I'm not going to be some monster in the woods. I'm going to walk right into the town square and say, I have everybody's answers. And that's where you really sow chaos and discord.
I look at the priest and say, he would have words with you if he were here.
I am, as ever, an open channel for the Lord of the Sun. Let him speak to me if he would. It has been a joy to sow his light.
Don't let him get into your head. He does not tell the truth.
Don't let him get into your head. He only tells the truth. It's just rotting.
Milo looks at you and says, "Sorry, are we talking about a boy? I thought we were trying to break into the Genesis ward."
Yes. But it's a moment of faith in this place.
And a woman with power.
And a woman with power.
You see, Milo looks and says, "Well, without faith, we are nothing. Let us hope that our way is lit." And he strides in this place as Arcadia. Nick's having a hard time.
I love him.
I'm having a hard time because I quite like him and quite despise him.
Yeah, same.
Welcome to Thanksgiving dinner.
He used to be so cool.
Incredible. He used to be so fucking cool, man. What happened? Father Milo says, "Do you need some help doing something dishonest?"
Yes.
You see, he walks up and goes and clasps both hands around the lock. "Great Dawnfather, wheresoever you might be, open those ways which are barred to us. Let your light peer out." And you see there's a dull red glow within his hands as a melted steel lock pools on the floor. And he pushes the gate open.
I am going to,
You see that as you begin to do this, you see that Father Milo looks sort of nauseous, like he doesn't want to stay in the room.
I will look at him and say, "More than one, it seems."
Dr. Bezel. And you see that he says, "Might I see some of the other chambers of the hospital? We are eager to help." And you see that he moves away with Dr. Bezel.
I will accompany.
You sort of stalk after him. And he looks behind. "It ever follows." And down the hallway, Ayden, you're there with Father Milo walking away from this unfolding moment here. And I think you see that as you move away, Milo turns to look at you. "I think this will all be over tonight. There's an opportunity here, I think. Decades of truce between us. Don't you think it would be a shame for that to go away?"
Okay.
we gotta go.
I will look at Milo and Arcadia.
Milo says, "The man of the cloth." And you see that Father Milo Kaust comes
Come
out.
on, Milo.
Comes out to join you.
I've never been so happy to see you, Father.
He turns and says, All is well. The Dawnfather's light is all around us.
And finally,
Ayden is a solar in front of him and fucking Father Milo behind him, and has never been more unhappy.
My favorite devil ever, and I've forced people several times to watch this, is Demon Knight, the Tales from the Crypt film.
Yeah.
Which is my favorite. It's my favorite devil ever because all he does is just have conversations with people that are all about what they want and about love and about the things that have hurt them and how he can fix it. And it is monstrous.
Yeah.
And I always love, and you played this, so I always love a God of Lies who just tells a lot of truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say one of my favorite moments in the game was between the Spider Queen and the Arcart. Archart?
Yes.
Arcart.
Arcart.
Yeah.
Arcart.
Arcart?
When
Arcart sounds.
you were
Arcart.
Arcart? Yeah.
Arcart.
When she was being like a little cheeky with him, and then all of a sudden comes around with that left hook of like, well, this is all your fucking fault.
Yeah.
I'm gonna actually be like, so, you mommy, how long have you been here for?
In Eeyore?
Yes.
I just got off the ship. That was the plan, wasn't it?
Look, it's a truce. Your knowledge will benefit me, my knowledge will benefit you. Tell me, how long have you been here for?
If you are who I think you are, then I don't feel very inclined to tell you much of anything. You seem like the type who might take what I give you and go do whatever you feel like doing, whenever you feel like doing it. And when I look at this stinking heap of buzzing flies, I see one rotting stench at the center, and it's a gift that they never should have got. Why don't you take some responsibility for why we're all here cleaning up your mess?
Can't wait to have you on board.
Of why we're here right now.
Yeah.
So you shut the fuck up.
Yes. And they specifically have the Spider Queen and the gods of the elves in Exandria, and a lot of the idea of magic and their control over magic, and again too the idea of beauty and art, but then also to me the Spider Queen of also taking a lot from Abria and her performance of the Spider.
So good.
I really I talked to Abria and I was like, how do you do the Spider Queen? Umletta, the halfling, looks and says, I can go with you. I'll be helpful. I'm small. I'm easy to keep out of the way.
Well, does she look appealing?
She does. She's kind of a little cutie.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm nice. Giving me that stink face. You don't like me?
No, it's not that I don't like you. I just don't trust you.
Why not? As Umletta comes to join you, you see that she looks up at you and smiles, and you see that she has this, she's sort of roguish almost, and you see that she carefully takes this silken rope and begins to pack it around an elbow and a hand, creating a little coil that she tucks into this large black bag on her back. She looks up at you and goes, "You're stunning."
I wish I could say the same thing about you.
Aren't I a little bit cute, though?
No, I was only joking. Jesting.
You know, we're not going to have these bodies for that much longer. I wonder how much we could sell your parts for.
I wonder how much your ears go for, too.
Come get him.
I'm going to go over to Unletta.
Cool. You walk over to her.
Yes.
Hello.
I have a question for you.
Of course. Time is of the essence. We're here to break an engine, but on my way out the door, I'd be happy to help.
Is there a thread that you can sense from this and see where it goes? Do you know what I mean?
Is this part of the plan, or are you asking me for a favor?
Yes.
And a thread of light comes out from between her teeth. She puts it on the book. The pages flap quickly, but somehow manage not to damage the book. You see, even in her loathing of those that stand in here with her, she would not harm the old stories. You see, Unletta looks around and says, "You are a clown."
Go join the circus then.
She says, "Fine, I'll get to work." And you see that she slinks off into the shadows. And her as Unletta being this little unassuming thing that's like drops down from a rope as a rogue from the ceiling. But yeah, I think that hatred of the Archheart in that moment too.
Oof.
I think we all had a little bit of that, of like, this is really uncertain. This is kind of your fault.
Kind of your bad.
Why are we
Yeah.
cleaning this up too? And why have you been having such a good time?
He's having so much fun with the fact.
Wait, can I ask one more?
Yeah.
I mean,
From here.
Yeah.
I'm
I mean,
gonna
and
do
I'll
it.
also say, Crawling King,
leader right
holy
now.
fuck.
Oh,
Okay.
that scene
that
is
ruined
harsh.
me. That ruined
the
me.
maple, like the syrup and the blood in the end.
Is the Harsh still here or no?
In the skies overhead, you see this being that, like the coughing grandfather from Hawk's Hill, is in too much pain to let go. As the energy strips the shell of this massive, frightening creature away.
The wolf approaches. I miss you so much.
You found this place. You found it. And you can't be in it without hurting. So you did this to me, didn't you?
I did. And I will never not be sorry. And I go and I turn into the human form and I go for an embrace.
You embrace a creature that claws and bites and attacks and wounds, but all of the blood that has ever flowed in this world is yours.
This is how I'm going to lose my mortal form. I sit and feel the hooks and the barbs claw and bend, and I bleed, and blood flows, and then juices of fruit and honey and sap and everything that is bounty. It's the only gift I can give my poor brother, who I've ruined.
You are killed, and he is brought back to life, and then dies, and you are reborn. Sap and honey, blood and bone, over and over and over again, until the mortal form drifts away. And it was so funny because even in that moment where, as I'm like, wow, Eeyore has crashed the you know, it's this ultimate, that's destruction, ruin, and then you see this thing where it's like, that was the moment where I was like, okay, the gods are something else. Like the pain and misery of nature. And
I was immediately like this was desire and despair.
Yeah.
This was a brother sister. This was clearly, and like I immediately figured it was like, oh God, they were really close.
Yeah, really close.
And I was like, this is going to be the last hug they ever have.
Yeah.
Because this is the end of the truce right now, so it's just like one last fucking moment of intimacy before this all goes to fuck.
Yeah. And I love that weird turtle and the hooks.
Oh, the turtle.
Yeah.
But how you're like
turtle.
Just to like brag about you for a minute. Like, you had such different behavior with each of the betrayer gods. Like, even we knew who each of them were just because of the little things you were doing, the crawling, like the little snake coming out, like the tongue. You're real good.
Yeah,
you're real good.
It's really fun to play with, Brennan.
Yeah,
I love playing with you guys. This was so fun.
It was really fun to play with you.
I loved that too. The moments of, and I don't know if people knew, but the when he said like the hooks, he's like you have hooks in you too, and I know their names. He was specifically talking about your family. He was referencing Amaris and Topher and Haley.
You don't think you have hooks in you? I know their names.
Where he's like, we all have. He's like, because the whole point of him, if you understand that even the gods of evil are profound revelations about the truth of the world, then they're just the truths that we hate. They're truths that are bad for us, and they're bad news. It's news, but it's bad. And that for me, the Crawling King was like, well, the promise of nature is pain and suffering, and so like, oh, you found love, the thing that hurts the most to lose, like. You know, and
dumbass.
You dumb, and then last we didn't mention.
On the other hand, pain is only a moment. On the other hand, over here.
Also, again, in play and like knowing stuff. I also it was very funny because obviously you have the Ruiner who's destructive and harmful, and it's it's like, and it was so funny because I was like, in a mortal body, the Ruiner. I did not intend the Ruiner to be funny.
You see, Tishar looks at you. You're not her. Sent a puppet. Was she scared? Maybe this time I remember Vasselheim. Don't let my left arm down so much. She turns to walk. Tishar sneers. Hate to be on the mission with the couple. And
who knew the Ruiner had jokes? Ruiner's got jokes.
I feel it. I do not understand it. What is it?
Tishar looks over to you and says, understand it? It troubles us. There's nothing more beautiful than to destroy the things we don't understand.
Even when we were family, you scared me.
Good. Maybe all that time ago I make a mistake, huh?
Here's to another one.
And she cleaves a hole in the pipe and peels it apart and moves through it.
Tishar looks and says, I'm not going to, scribe? No. I go to fight.
I hand over a sip of the bottle over to him.
Tishar takes a big swig. I'll tell you something. This fun.
I don't even know what that means.
Can't believe you have more worshiper than me.
You see that Zaharsht leans over and says, "Let us show them the truth. Charge!"
Still not
You see, Tashar is like, we literally could pick anybody, any kind of creature. It was totally our call. I don't get it. I promise. But all of Tashar being like, I can't believe you have more followers than me. Like,
so great.
and when I suddenly had this moment where I remember being an improv teacher and talking about, I was like, there is a destructive impulse in comedy because saying the pun, it's called a punchline. It shatters a tone. And I was like, oh, for the god of destruction to be funny, like how a punchline shatters the tone in a room. I was like, oh, that was a surprise.
She didn't show up to, I was just like, I am so hateful. I was like, anytime something was like, no, she can take it. And then the minute that you hit the lobby, I was like, oh no,
Fuck you,
you piece of shit. Oh.
Did anything about the ending surprise you or your character?
Oh boy.
When the arch heart, I'm gonna say arch heart because I like the way it sounds better.
I like arch heart better. You said arc and it confused me.
When he flipped it and he decided, okay, I have to do this after Selena, that was her name.
Mm-hmm.
And then you took that, and I think it had to be on purpose, and you brought the whole like cone of destruction through the whole city, and like it was just so perfect because that's what we've been traveling down is this cone of destruction.
As the emissary disanimates, the knowing mistress looks at you, Archheart, as that final blast of energy is coming. You can allow it to do its terrible work, or you can attempt to redirect it and do something else with it. But you know in this moment what Selena's final wish was.
I'm gonna redirect it.
Where are you gonna redirect it?
This energy.
Yeah. Coursing up from underneath the emissary, the weapon, all of it.
To the city.
Emissary, you are destroyed. Archheart, you have Selena, the knowing mistress, and the entire Genesis ward. Buckles up, buildings thrown into the sky. Above you, the people of Aor who are left witness a god whose feet touch the bottom of the ocean and whose head scrapes the top of the sky, call down lightning. The Genesis ward is cored out, emptied. And every piece of broomstone in the city disenchants. The city lurches horrifyingly to one side. The little arcane engines trying and failing to stop the inevitable as the city-state of Aor lists towards a frozen island. The land of Iselcross.
And I was like, how the did you turn that into this perfect? And this is where we are. I just loved it. It was just
yes.
Every moment of
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
every moment towards the end of like, well, that won't come back to bite us in the ass. There's just a series of like, oh, I know what that is. Oh no.
You all watching, I loved the three of you at the table watching Cognouza vanish. You look off and see a massive arm of the city. Beautiful arches, and suddenly an entire ward of the city vanishes.
Nothing bad's gonna happen to that. That's never gonna come back to bite us ever. Not one. No. Shit. I was waiting for it. Shit. shit.
Oh no.
There it is.
Save Goosebumps.
Goosebumps vanishes, and you see howling at them a massive Aormaton construct being like, traitors, stay and fight, as an adamantium golem 18 feet tall, for the first time in its life, feels light as it is lifted up by the hurricane and tornado winds whisk it off into the storm.
What is going on?
Oh, man.
Being,
oh no! Don't do that! Oh, don't do that. That's bad.
You guys are dumb. You're gonna be eyeballs. That was a cool moment.
Yeah. Whoa, we made a mistake there. Oh no.
Yeah.
If you could have any power/ability that your character has, which one would it be?
I think it's only level 20.
Okay.
Only.
I know
Only
the
level.
answer to that.
What?
It would be to heal people. Because I would bring back people that I love that I've lost.
Yeah.
My character can only heal themselves and did a very good job of that was my
still a
power.
great power.
Yeah, I just was a battery that constantly refilled for various reasons. Although only when there was terrible death around me, maybe not that one. I don't know. Yeah, this the thing about being a monk is there weren't really a lot of superpowers.
Yeah.
You could parkour like
I could
crazy,
parkour.
though.
Parkour like a
I mean,
motherfucker.
that would be a pretty great power.
I would love to parkour.
What'd you want?
I mean, sure, I can speak with dead. I don't really want to do that though. I would like to be able to turn invisible.
Pretty solid.
Yeah.
No.
Very cool.
I think I'd be pretty creepy with it though.
Creepy.
I wouldn't want to speak with dead. They're just like normal people, but
don't wanna
but
speak
they
with
haven't
dead.
done
I don't
anything in a
wanna
very
know.
long time, so they have nothing interesting to talk about.
And they don't have to be honest with you.
Yeah, they don't have to be honest with you. I mean, as the matron, they have to be honest.
Well,
with
yeah, that's a little different.
That's true. Which I'm trying to think which character. Gosh, there are so many of them. I feel like the of all the NPCs. I'd want to be 4X Tenement and have a bunch of arms.
Cole Pratt _ on Instagram. Dungeons & Dragons is a game full of tough decisions that have crafted a beautiful story across 3 campaigns. If you could have a what-if one-shot or miniseries and change a decision your character made in the past, what would it be?
Oh man, we've talked about that.
Change it.
It doesn't have to be Downfall, but I do think it's interesting that this question is coming up during Downfall.
Change one decision.
Change a decision your character made in the past. It's just a what if. So it's like a little mini alternate universe.
I feel like I can answer this. I will say I probably would take back when Pike took a shit on a bed. Because I thought it was fun in the moment because Scanlan did it and I was like, I'll take a shit on a bed too, how fun. I'd probably take that back because that took me down a real dark path for a while. Not me personally, but Pike.
Yeah, it was like, oh.
Yeah, because Matt was like, there are consequences for your actions and now your alignment's off. And I'm like, for taking a shit on a bed?
The bed will remember this.
Came from using your mace to slit a guy's throat.
Yeah, I think that was the thing that did it.
That probably.
I think
I
it
that's
was.
why
Would that have happened?
If I didn't take a shit on a
I
bed.
think you were feeling a little loosey-goosey that episode.
I
Is what
think
happened.
Maybe I was. I was just having a good
I
time.
didn't know if we were going this low stakes or not. I was going to go way higher stakes.
go
but
Go higher
mine's
stakes.
really
That was
dull.
just my
though.
first thought.
What?
Mine is I'm very curious. I'm very curious about the nature of the game if Molly had gotten through that fight.
Oh,
yeah.
But that's a big like that's not a little that's affecting the timeline.
Well, yeah, but that's awesome.
That
Pretty
would have
viciously.
affected
Everything.
so much. Everything.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Jester
Yeah.
would have had to keep healing. Maybe it's good that Molly died.
Oh man.
That delivery was so fucking mean. Holy shit. Oh god.
I'd probably go. Ooh, there's so many things.
What would happen if Imogen had like given in to Predathos
Night is
in
young.
those moments when she was like falling deeper and deeper?
Night is fucking young.
Could still happen.
That's interesting, because I had one that I thought about for you a lot, which was Fenthras. Was what if you had just said yes?
Oh well, yeah.
That would've been weird.
I lost sleep over that one for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I made the wrong choice. I made the wrong choice. I made the right choice.
But
But at the time, I was sure I made the wrong choice.
I don't know why we're looking at you for this one, but
I'd be lying if I didn't say that in private moments to himself, the Lord of the Hells did not think to himself, just stay with Avalier until it fully connects to the ground and the primordials are released. I know that you're worried that the Ruiner is going to get to Vasselheim before you and kick a bunch of ass without you before you get there. Don't delegate this task. Follow through. Stay with the city. Make sure the prophecy happens. I think he probably is. He's just like, come on, man.
This doesn't strike me as a good delegator, to be honest.
Yeah, I think he got slap happy. I think he was like, we're doing it, baby. We got out in the world.
So you're saying he really took a poop on Avalier's bed?
I think so. I think somewhere Pike is going, I shouldn't have shit on that bed, and somewhere Lord of the Hells is going, I shouldn't have shit the bed. Let me tell you. When first the gods came to Exandria, they came from a realm of eternal possibility, and their first and greatest sacrifice was to become real. And now reflected in that first tragedy, that first calamity, is a reflection. In short, brief life, can even the infinite change? Realize, recognize, commit to something new, singular, to move forward on the paths of destiny and fate, changed. Beautiful as the dawn. We do not see the gods. We only see